Okay, welcome back, everyone. If you can take your seats, we'll start the Future Symposium. And I'm Stephen Bograd. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Future Scientific Steering Committee.
And I'm Hanna Na, the other co-chair of the Future Scientific Steering Committee.
So yeah, we want to welcome everyone to PICES 2024 and to this unique situation of a Future Symposium. It's good to see all the PICES veterans here. But we also know there's a lot of people here who are probably at their very first PICES meeting. Just to give you a little background, we're here to talk about the Future Science Program. And for those who are not as aware of what Future is, this is the flagship integrative science program for PICES. And it's an actual acronym. It stands for Forecasting and Understanding Trends, Uncertainty, and Responses of North Pacific Marine Ecosystems. Always good to have a good, clever acronym to start with. So in a case of kind of history repeating itself a little bit, 10 years ago, in 2014, the PICES community gathered in Hawaii, actually over in the Big Island, not Honolulu, to talk about future. And in fact, specifically, we wanted to kind of highlight some of the early advances and activities of the, at that time, new Future Science Program. But another charge of that meeting, we actually had an external review panel for Future, similar to what we have now for PICES this year. So a part of that meeting was to really review and assess the organizational structure and directions of the program. And coming out of that review, we ended up with a new plan of a new governance structure, a new emphasis on interdisciplinary science. So we ended up with a scientific steering committee as well as liaisons that were meant to facilitate communication and collaborations across the organization. But if we look back to that meeting 10 years ago and we look at the themes of the topic sessions we had there, you could see already in this early stages of a future that we were already kind of moving into this direction of very interdisciplinary and cross-cutting themes, so including science communications and human dimensions. So we were already kind of moving in that kind of a direction. So here we are, 10 years later, and what we're here to do today, in part, is to celebrate what Future has brought to the PICES and to the North Pacific marine science communities in general. And in fact, you know, we think Future has brought quite a lot to PICES, and reminder to celebrate. But Future has, for example, facilitated transdisciplinary science collaborations across PICES. It has implemented this social ecological environmental systems approach to PICES activities. It has expanded human dimensions into PICES activities and provided opportunities for assessment of key organizational strengths, but also gaps and where the PICES should go with future science. And a lot of this is actually documented in a new paper written by Takamura-san and the Future Scientific Steering Committee that's been submitted, and you'll hear from him. And really all the presentations today will cover some of this, these achievements of Future. This is an image that, for the veterans, you'll have seen many times. For those who are newer to PICES, you'll probably see this a lot today. This is kind of the schematic, sort of the Future meme that kind of shows what the Future imprint is on PICES as a science organization. And so we kind of use this schematic and these arrows connecting these different disciplines, from climate to ocean processes to marine ecosystems to marine resources and human dimensions, as a means of looking for ways to find connections and synergies and collaborations across the activities in PICES, and to do it through this social ecological environmental systems approach. And so really what we're trying to do in this program was to synergize these connections, but as I mentioned, also to identify gaps. So in a way, I like the way Aaron Satterthwaite has talked about Future as sort of the connective tissue of PICES. And so that's what we aim to do, is to bring the different disciplines together and help guide this transdisciplinary research. So yes, we're here to celebrate what Future has brought to the PICES community, and it has, I think, provided advances in the culture and scientific evolution of the organization. But we also want to take a step back and assess, well, what are the strengths and weaknesses of the program? What are the accomplishments and gaps? And really, what are the lessons learned from Future now that we have an external review panel report and we're looking to move PICES into a new science program down the road? And so what we hope to do and what we hope to inspire with the discussion today and the symposium is finding ways to, how do we pave the path forward for PICES science? And while we celebrate Future, we also want to think about the lessons learned and how we can do things even better moving forward. And so Hannah was going to mention the agenda.
Sure. So after this introduction, we will have 4 presentations in the morning. First, there will be an overview of the PICES flagship science program, including the transition from the 4Cs to Future. And after that, the project matrix will be introduced to highlight Future science. Then a systematic review of the evolution of PICES science will follow. The last talk before lunch is on the human dimensions and the CES approach. Okay, so in the afternoon, we will have 5 presentations. The first 2 talks are on the future science, ecosystem reference points, and climate extremes and coastal impacts, respectively. Then the 4 co-chairs of the AP ECOP advisory panel ECOP will present their activity. And an invited talk by this year's Future ECOP CES awardee follows. And the last talk before the afternoon coffee break is on science communications. And after the coffee break, we'll have a panel discussion on the progress, challenges, and lessons learned from Future. We have invited 7 panelists, and this symposium will be wrapped up with remarks by Dr. Cisco Warner. Okay. So we have prepared panel questions like these 3 questions, but we also would like to take questions from the floor. So the link where you can submit your questions is on Whova, so you can submit your questions anytime you want. So I think this is it for the introduction, and we can move on to the presentations.
Thank you, Hannah. Right, so we'll have the presentations now, and if there's time for questions afterwards, I think we'll have a roving mic for folks to ask their questions. So our first speaker is our Wooster Award winner. We're really excited to kick off the symposium with our distinguished guest here, Shinichi Ito. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, for our introduction. And I'm very honored to have a chance to give a talk today. And today I'd like to talk about the transition from forces to future. And first, I'll start with the establishment of the PICES and move on forces, and finally move on the future. But I'm sorry, Steve and Hannah. Thank you very much for your invitation, but I'm not the right person to make this presentation. That is because Jackie King made a very super presentations 10 years ago, entitled Looking Back to Go Forward. And then I asked to Jackie to provide the presentation materials, and she kindly sent me her presentation file. So I used many figures from her presentation today. And in that presentation, she mentions that by looking back to 4Cs, we can understand how we got to where we are and how to redirect to go forward with the rest of the future. So today, I would like to take the same attitude with her presentation. So first is the foundation of the PICES. As you know that the overarching question of the PICES is what is the nature of the subarctic Pacific ecosystem, and how is it affected over periods of months to centuries by changing in the physical environment, by interactions among components of the ecosystems, and by human activities. This is an opening address made by Warren Wooster at the first PICES annual meeting. So I'm so impressed. He already mentioned about the multi-scale aspect and multidisciplinary aspect. So I respect deeply Warren Wooster. And to answer these questions, PICES started with very simple structure, only 4 committees and 6 working groups. But surprisingly, in TOR 7 of working group 6, there is a word that is determining relationship to GLOBEC. So GLOBEC is a keyword. GLOBEC is a Global Ocean Ecosystem Dynamics, one of the international program, which is led by SCORE and UNESCO IOC, and it is incorporated to the IGPP core program in 1995. The ultimate goal of the GLOBEC is to advance our understanding of the structure and functioning of the global ocean ecosystem. So this has very good match with the PICES overarching question. So then the 4 Cs, the core program of the PICES is registered as one of the 7 regional programs of the GLOBEC. 4 Cs is climate change and carrying capacity. The 4 Cs is the first PICES core program. And the reason why PICES interested in studying climate change and carrying capacity is addressed in the 4 Cs science plan. The reason stems from the remarkable changes that have occurred in the North Pacific and adjacent seas in recent decades, in both the open ocean and coastal regions. So it includes both the coastal and open ocean issues. Then the primary goal of the 4 Cs is set to determine how climate change and vulnerability affect ecosystem structure and the productivity of key biological species at multiple trophic levels in both the oceanic and neritic regions in the North Pacific. And the ultimate goal of the 4 Cs is set as to forecast the consequences of climate variability on the ecosystems of the North Pacific. And to achieve these goals, PICES forms the 4 Cs Scientific Steering Committee outside the Science Board and formed 4 task teams. Those are conceptual, theoretical, and modeling studies, regional experiments, Bayesian studies, and monitorings. And the data part, the REX and buzzwords are integrated to climate forcing and marine ecosystem responses, CFAME. So start with this structure, and 4 Cs made many achievements. So I'd like to show some examples. First one is Bayesian scale monitoring systems. So Bayesian scale monitoring system was established under 4 Cs, including the continuous plankton recorder, which is led by Sonia Barton. And here is a figure for the CPR programs in the Northwestern Pacific. And the data was opened on the PICES website. This is one of the good examples of the achievement of the 4Cs. And using these monitoring data, the 4Cs consolidated the concept of the regime shift. Here is a sentence from the Makino 2001 paper. In this paper, he mentions that PICES symposia have continues to foster exchanges of new ideas about how marine ecosystems respond to environmental variations. And the most significant concept of emerged from the mid-1990s was that of regime shift. So 4Cs try to understand the regime shift itself, and 4Cs clearly describes the characteristics of the regime shift in 1998. Here is a picture for the sea surface height principal component analysis, and it shows a very steep jump in 1999. Not only for physical part, but also for ecosystem part. 4Cs clearly describe the characteristics of the regime shift happened in 1998. The results were published on the special issues and also published on the PICES scientific reports, number 28, edited by Jackie. And PICES 4Cs also clarifies the structure of the basin scale ecosystem. So here is an example of the ecopath modeling approach for the subarctic ocean. Red color shows the western dominated species, and blue color shows the eastern dominated species. And the lines show the prey-predator relationship. So like that, the basin scale ecosystem structure were elucidated. And also basin scale ecosystem dynamics were elucidated under 4Cs. Another good example is a linkage between climate forcing and ecosystem response. So 4Cs developed conceptual mechanistic develop conceptual mechanisms which linking climate to higher trophic levels through physics and scenarios of the ecosystem change and global climate change. And here is an example of the conceptual model for California current system, but the same kind of the approach was conducted for the Oyashio Kuroshio current systems. And the results were published on the series of the publication led by Jackie and Yatsan. And also the common model in the North Pacific was developed under model task team named the NEMRO, North Pacific Ecosystem Model for Understanding Regional Oceanography. And this model was coupled to the fish growth model, NEMRO.fish, and applied to many regions, and as well as for global ocean. So 4Cs made this kind of a very good achievement, but this had to end. That is because international GLOBEC moves to synthesis phase and decided to end in 2009. So 4Cs also had to end in 2009 because 4Cs is a regional program of GLOBEC. So 4Cs moves to the synthesis phase and held the 4Cs symposia in 2006 in Honolulu, in here, same venue, 18 years ago. And on the same time, the PICES forms a study group on the Future Initiative Scientific Program. in 2005. And also forms a science plan writing team and implementation plan writing team, and develops the overarching question of the future, and named the new program as the future, as Stephen mentioned. The overarching question is, what is the future of the North Pacific, given current and expected pressures? And we set the three themes. One is ecosystem resilience and vulnerability. And second is ecosystem response. And the third is human activity relationship with ecosystems. So those are very broad and very general. But during developing the science plan and implementation plans, we try to make these questions as general as possible we can, because we wanted to engage many people from each member countries. So then we made this question very general. And we set ultimate goal to engage the public peoples to understand North Pacific ecosystems and communicate with public people. Then to answer these questions, we discussed what kind of the structure is proper. And looking back the history of the forces, we found that our forces was separated and independent, and touch teams are self-directing, and the forces structure was too large, with many people overlapped in roles. So then we decided to include the steering committee roles to science board. So new structure is very simple. A science board steering the futures itself, and forms the three advisory panels, and the future-related working group was directly linked to committees. And for the advisory panel, we set three panels. One is climate, ocean variability, and ecosystem, COBE. Anthropogenic influence on coastal ecosystem, ACE. And the status, outlooks, forecast, and engagement, SOPHI. So advisory panel makes only the advice, not to study by themselves. And under these structures, we started the phase one of the future with three working groups, which are response to each advisory panels. And also additional two sections. One is SICB, climate change effects on marine ecosystems, and another is a section of the human dimension. And especially the SICMI made a very good start under the very strong leadership of the Anne Horowitz. So future phase one made a good progress and held the future open science meeting in 2014 in Hawaii, as Stephen mentioned. But at that time, the PICES forms a future evaluation panel. And the panel evaluation was a basic paradigm that derives future is being implemented, perhaps slowly, but surely. So surely is good, but slowly is problem. So then the evaluation panels made several suggestions for each advisory panels, and also recommended the structural change of future. Then, as Stephen mentioned, we decided to form the science steering committee outside of the science board. So new structure is like this. The role of the SSC is oversight, coordination, leadership, and accountability. And in phase 2, Future made a very good progress under the strong leadership of the new Future Science Steering Committee. And goal was set to understand the predictability and sustainability of the social, ecological, environmental system, SEAS, already as Stephen mentioned. And this is my personal view. In future, I think future is surely addressing the 3 thema questions. And it increases engagement of the early career scientists. This is a big achievement, I think. And future made stronger collaboration with PICES and continued collaboration with the international program, and also stronger collaboration with United Nations bodies like IOC, IPCC, FAO. And also it has a good match with UN DOS. So looking back the history of the PICES core programs, I think POSIS achieved many good progress in marine science. It is because it synchronized with international GLOBEC. So our future is now running in phase 3 and running with UN DOS. So I think synergy with UN DOS will accelerate future more in near future. So I would like to ask all the audience to rethink about the synergy with UN DOS during this meeting and make the future more fantastic. Thank you for your attention, and I'd like to say special thanks to Jackie, Stephen, and Hannah for support to preparing this presentation. Thank you very much.
We have time for one quick question before we transition to the next presentation. If anybody, Ito-san will be on the panel this afternoon as well, so you'll have opportunities to ask questions then. Yeah, I think, okay, great, thank you. And now our final presentation before lunch is from Dr. Makino. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Everyone, let's start now. Okay, yes, my talk is about human dimensions and SEEDS approach developed by PICES. Okay, let me start with this colorful illustrations. I know everybody knows this, right? Sustainable Development Goals, 17 goals. But I'm wondering how many of you actually read the document of Sustainable Development Goals? Yes, yeah, some of you. Okay, not many. Actually, this is a document adopted by the UN General Assembly in 2015, the Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This is the formal title of so-called SDGs. And yeah, it's quite interesting and inspiring document, actually. And in this document, they declare that the important point is this: we are committed to achieving sustainable development in its 3 dimensions: economic, social, and environmental, in a balanced and integrated manner. This is the topic I would like to talk this morning. Why these three dimensions are important? These economic, social, environment. Why these three? And what does it mean for us, for researchers? This is my understanding. The good natural scientific arguments or knowledge for management are sometimes not accepted or not realistic because of the social, ecological cost or cultural cost. So we need realistic arguments to achieve SDGs. In order to do that, we need integrated understanding about how ecosystem affects human and vice versa. Okay? So we need the integrated understanding about the interrelationships between ecosystems and social systems. So academia, the researchers spend a lot of efforts for, I would say, last 10 years to develop the conceptual models for integrated understanding. As far as I know, the first famous model is this one, Millennium Ecosystem Assessment in 2005. It shows the relationships between the ecosystems, ecosystem services, and human well-being, the happiness. And then 2009, the Elinor Ostrom, he got the Nobel Prize of Economics. And right after that, she published a famous paper on science. This is the general framework for the social ecological systems. Ficret, Verkes, and his team, I'm also one member of his team, developed this smiling face conceptual model. It's really about the resource system and the governance system. And this one, developed by the FRA Japan, this is, again, the social ecological model, focusing on the fisheries industry in Japan. And finally, yes, future. I'm going to explain it later, but yeah, this is the quote from Dr. Ian Perry. He's sitting back there, he's my mentor. And he said, all these efforts try to recognize that ecological systems and human systems as dimensions of greater whole. This is our, the most basic attitude towards the science, ocean science. Okay. Next question is, oh, sorry, this is a quote from the Dr. Ian Perry. So, deep and sharp understandings about the disciplinary science is very, very important. Physical, chemical, biological, or material circulation, energy. These disciplinary natural sciences are absolutely necessary. Without natural science, of course, no ocean science. But in addition, we need other scientific approaches, such as social science, humanities, and arts, to understand the mechanism, dynamics of the society and their interactions with ecological systems. So naturally, we need multiple disciplines. No single discipline can deal with everything. We need multiple disciplines, and co-research is important. Now, the UNESCO IOC defines ocean science like this. All research disciplines related to the study of ocean, physical, biological, chemical, geological, hydrographic, health, and of course, social sciences, such as humanities, multidisciplinary research, and so on and so on. This is the latest definition of the ocean science. Yeah, I think not many of the people in this room are very familiar with the social sciences or arts. So let me just briefly show you the disciplines in social sciences: sociology, anthropology, political science, geography, economics, history, psychology, law, education, communication, development, philosophy, humanities, and arts. It's something like the introduction of the university's entrance ceremony. But yes, we have many diversity of the disciplines in social sciences. And these disciplines are very good at discussing the, how can I do that? Oh, these topics like social phenomena, like the markets, governance, policy and laws, demographies, or social processes like organization, marketing, management, or individual attributes like value, knowledge, or ethics. So, yeah, we should use these, specialties. Okay. Then naturally, the next question is, how can we integrate these variety of disciplines or methodologies? Yes, don't worry. We have PICES framework. Okay. Now, please let me explain. Now, let me explain the PICES framework because some of you are quite new to PICES. So, this is the PICES framework. And PICES framework has 4 components. The first one, upper left, this is the climate system. And we aim to understand the climate variability and change and how this climate forcing affects 2 coastal areas. Here, climate drivers impact physical, chemical, and biological processes. This is basically the oceanography. And then these climate drivers impact the marine ecosystems, such as here, habitats or distribution or the size of the fisheries resources. Then the human communities, here, social systems, heavily relying on the ecosystem services from this component, usually negatively impacted by the changes of or fluctuations of the ecosystem going to the social system. And the behavior in the social systems, like the fisheries or aquaculture or marine transports, will then making effects to the natural environmental processes and ecosystems. And finally, to better understand how these components varies and interacts, we need, of course, monitoring and assessment. Yeah, this is the basic structure and logics of the famous PICES framework of future. Now, please let me show you how you can use it, the image of the utilization of this PICES approach. This is a case study we developed, and this is about the story of the species alternation, the regime shift, climate regime shift, and species alternation in the Western Pacific. First, climate regime shift occurs, observed by the climate researchers. And then it resulted in the Rossby waves intensified across your extension and changes in the temperature and mixed layer depths. This will be analyzed and observed by the oceanographers. Then these results will go to this part, changes, marine ecosystem part, changes in the productivity and phenology, and decline in sardine stocks. It happens in 1989. Then this results in the economic impacts, economic loss to the local fishermen and coastal communities, analyzed by the basically sociologists. Then as a response to that, fishermen changed its target species from sardine to small, immature mackerels. And it means, of course, it goes here, overfishing, of course. In response to this problem, the government developed adaptive management strategies for species alternation in 2004. And then mackerel stock recovers, and then it resulted in the improvement of the well-being at the coastal communities. So basically, as you can see, many disciplines, many disciplines across social science and natural sciences are linked together along with the stories, along with the arrows across, 4 components. This is the image how you can utilize this SEES framework. This is another case study, blob. Now, they had a record-breaking heat wave, and sorry. Go to next, yes. This is another case study, the blob in the eastern side of the Pacific. You can see high temperature, and it goes to many oceanographic phenomena like the onshore advection of the warm water or enhanced vertical stratifications or reduction of the upwellings that resulted in the changes in the ecological productivity in this part. And salmon decline, mammal death, or shifts in the species distribution, or widespread harmful algal blooms. And then it goes to the coastal communities, of course, closure of the fisheries and negative impacts on small-scale fisheries. And then in response to that, the government declared disasters and developed the adaptive strategies. In addition, interestingly, the environmental NGOs are working together to pay for the removal of the abandoned gears. And it results in the recovery of the ecosystems. Again, you can imagine, so many disciplines are linked together along with this, big story. Yeah. This is the map, locating all the existing working group, study group onto this SEES framework. And you can see almost covered, right? So a wide range of researchers from many disciplines are already in PICES. We have members. So the next step is, working together closely. That is our next step. And you can find more examples of how to use the seeds approach from, for example, the jellyfish blooms in the western part, or the shifts in the migratory species in our paper published in 2019. And you can download this paper from our future webpage for free. And also, this afternoon, we are going to see new case studies of our seeds framework. So please don't miss it. Okay, this is my final message. Please use seeds framework for the future of PICES. This message mainly goes to ECOPs. Definition of ECOP for me is the energetic and competent ocean professionals, right? So, yeah, researchers from different disciplines across natural science, social sciences can collaborate together using this seeds framework to conceptualize the real-world complex problems, okay? And identify how we can work together, how the disciplines can link together upon the diagram, okay? This is a very useful tool to develop the multidisciplinary research. In addition, I would like to say, this seeds framework can be a platform to create common understanding, not only within us, within the academia, but also with the wide stakeholders, such as policymakers, industries, environmental NGOs, or education or mass media, to co-design transdisciplinary research project. I say transdisciplinary because we need not only academia, but also we need more wide stakeholders participated in our project. And I think this is the key for the actionable science. We would like to have wider stakeholders participated to the design process. From the very beginning of the research project, we should have them with us. Please let me show you one example, my experience. The co-design of operating model, this one of the hairtail, I did it more than 10 years ago, actually. We co-designed this model with local fishermen in the western part of Japan, local fishermen and distributions, fish processors, and local government officers. And interestingly, the local fishermen strongly emphasized the need of this one, local consumption, and this one, vessel replacement. We didn't plan to do this, but the local people requested us to, these are the important outputs from the model. So we designed this, co-designed this operating model. Then fishers were willing to collect data and helped us to interpret the model results. And the results was adapted and implemented by the local fishermen and local officers very successfully. So again, the key of the success of this co-design process was, participation from the very beginning of the design stage. And I have one more success story of the co-design. It is the PICES math project in Indonesia. I have a poster on Thursday. Yeah, so please come to the poster session. Okay, let me summarize. We need the balance among environmental, social, and economic aspects. Oh, sorry. Summarize. we need the balance of the three dimensions: environment, social, and ecological. In order to analyze this balance, we need multiple disciplines researching together. Ecological and social systems are the dimensions of greater whole. The PICES seed framework is a useful platform to create common understanding and co-design, not only by us, by academia, but also with wide stakeholders, including policymakers and industries. This is a key for actionable science. The more, the merrier. So let's enjoy science together. Thank you.
Here, Makina-san. Any questions? We got a couple of minutes. One back there.
Thank you. Very great talk. I'm just wondering how long would we take from the physical science to see the MLE or temperature change to the ecological change in the coastal area, and then eventually the government should take actions?
Yes, as far as I remember correctly, the regime shift, climate regime shift change happened the early 1980s, and the species alternation happened 1989 and 1990. And the overfishing of the mackerel happened 2001, 2002. Yes, this is the kind of time scale.
It's kind of 20 years. Thanks.
Thank you.
Makina-san, thank you. Question about how to get those social scientists and managers and stakeholders engaged in the co-development process. You know, we as PICES, I feel like are scientists at the core, and now we would like to continue expanding and include more people, you know, like you and your team that have social science expertise. But I wonder if there's the same willingness to engage. I mean, everybody's time is limited. How do we, you know, find funding, or what can we do to better and train the folks that we need with the right expertise in the process?
Great point. Yes. And that is why we need the science communication is so important. And we need training, we need the capacity building. And also, yeah, that's not only our side, not only about academia, but the society should have the ability to use science for the sustainability. For example, the government officers should know what is their requirement to science. Otherwise, we cannot answer questions, right? I think this would be a good topic for our session after the closing ceremony. Next week? On Friday, yes. On Friday, yeah, we would like to continue this topic. Yes, very good point. Thank you.
Yeah, one more maybe.
Matsuno-san, as we know, the balance is an ideal concept, is very good. But how to reach the balance? You know, what's the role of a model in the, to evaluate or, forecast the balance between the environmental, social, and, economic aspect? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great question, Barney. The balance, yeah. In my understanding, I can translate your question. Who make the weight? Only society can make the weight, I think. And each country has its own priority, its own weight, and its own culture. So scientists cannot make a decision only the society can make decision. That is my tentative answer to you.
Thank you very much, Makino-san. Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers this morning, and please come back by 2 p.m.
Okay, let's get started. So in the afternoon session of the Future Symposium, we are going to have 5 talks. And first talk will be given by Mary Hunsinger. Okay. Oh, okay, you're here.
That one? Oh, okay, great. Thank you. Whatever that was. Wow, this is a big room. Well, I want to thank Stephen and Hannah for inviting me to give a quick summary of Working Group 36 on Common Ecosystem Reference Points. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge my co-chair on this working group, Shujuan Shan from China, as well as the other members of the working group who are listed on this slide. This is a really great group of scientists, a real fun group of scientists, and I really enjoyed working with them, and I feel lucky that I had the opportunity to be in the working group with them. So the motivation behind this working group is this idea that strong nonlinearities in pressure response relationships indicate the existence of thresholds beyond which a small increase in the pressure can cause a really large response from an ecosystem component. And the idea is that if we have some knowledge of where these thresholds exist, it can advance our ability to anticipate future changes or future conditions and help inform management strategies that can help us maximize ecological, economic, and social benefits. And moreover, the idea that if we can identify common thresholds across similar types of ecosystems, this may help us develop more robust reference points that can help managers prevent that, or help inform management decisions that help prevent us from shifting into undesirable states. And so this figure here just illustrates where Working Group 36 SERP fits within the framework of the Future Science Program. So as we see, it fits kind of right in between the science on biological and physical processes and the science on marine ecosystems. And this makes a lot of sense because we're interested in how these biological and physical drivers impact ecosystem components and whether there's some thresholds in those relationships that we could use for management purposes. However, in our conversations with Working Group SERP, we also thought that we might even belong a little bit more in between the marine systems and human systems, because we're not just interested in how physical drivers and biological drivers impact these ecosystem components, but also how human pressures impact them as well. And also that knowledge of these thresholds can inform reference points that can, again, help prevent us from shifting into undesirable states that can also, prevent negative impacts on human communities as well. So here is a list of the 6 terms of reference from our working group. I'm not going to read through all of these today, but I just wanted to highlight that towards 2 through 4 here were really made up the bulk of our working group activities. This is where we are really trying to dig into some analyses to try to identify the shapes of pressure response relationships and whether we can identify thresholds in those. So we spend time trying to identify the indicators for our analyses and the ecosystems that we were going to focus on. Then we provided a review of different methods that we could potentially use for our analyses and selected the ones that we were going to use within our working group. And then we went on to use those methods to try to determine the shapes of these relationships and quantify the thresholds. But before I touch a little bit more on those terms of reference, I just wanted to bring up the different future research themes, questions that we were trying to address with our working group. For example, we addressed the question, what determines an ecosystem's intrinsic resilience and vulnerability to natural and anthropogenic forcing? And we also aim to address the question of how did ecosystems respond to natural and anthropogenic forcing and how might they change in the future? So now I'll just briefly touch on some of the main tours that we focused on within our working group activity. The first is in the selection of indicators. And this table here is here to illustrate the different environmental pressures and human pressures and ecosystem responses that we use in our analyses across the different member nations. And we really built on the indicators identified through previous working groups and also through the Human Dimensions Committee to put these indicators together. And so for the environmental pressures for most of the member countries, we used a Pacific Decadal Oscillation, metrics of El Nino and sea surface temperature, but we also used indices like upwelling and nitrate flux. And then for the human pressures, most of the member countries used indicators around total landings, catch composition of catches, trophic level of catches, for example. Those were fairly common across the different member countries. And then the ecosystems varied from, copepod biomass, other zooplankton abundances, stock biomass, mean trophic levels across the ecosystem, to sea lion pup growth and seabird reproductive success. So there was a wide variety of indicators that were used in the different analyses across the member countries. And then for the selection of methods, we provided a nice overview of the different methods that folks could use to identify a nonlinear relationship and to detect thresholds in those relationships, as well as detecting thresholds in univariate time series, and also reviewed other types of analyses such as dynamic factor analysis, which allows you to assess the states and trends of indicators and evaluate those changes over time. And so these are the analyses that we ended up settling on within our working group. We used the generalized additive models. 2 regions used this method. Gradient forest analysis was used by 2 regions, and the dynamic factor analysis was used by 4 regions. And these methods were selected based on sort of the time series available to the different member nations, the length of those time series, the fact that members of the group had used these analyses before, or there was some open source code that we could use to do this work. So now to touch on tour 4, what I would like to do is just provide some examples of some of the output that we got from these different analyses. And I'm going to use West Coast Vancouver Island as our case study here, since all 3 analyses were applied to this ecosystem. And this work was led by Jennifer Bolt, and it was published in Ecological Indicators in 2021. So if you want to learn more about this, you could read this paper, or you could find Jennifer here at the meeting and pick her brain about it. So here on the left is just a map of the study region. And then here are 4 of the relationships that Jennifer was able to identify as nonlinear using these generalized additive models. So she found nonlinearities between copepod biomass, southern copepod biomass in the PDO, boreal copepod biomass and spring transition timing, the proportion of predatory fish in the PDO, as well as the trophic level of the surveyed community and the PDO. And so we can see here these strong nonlinear relationships, and then she was able to estimate some thresholds in those relationships based on the second derivative of those GAM trends. And so Jennifer analyzed a suite of different relationships, and what she found was she only identified 4 as strongly nonlinear with thresholds. So 6% of the total were identified as nonlinear, which I think was a little bit surprising at the time. And then Jennifer also then applied gradient forest analysis to the time series as another method for identifying potential nonlinearities and thresholds in these relationships. And so the figure on the left here is showing gradient forest analysis allows you to identify what the key drivers are in those ecosystem for the different ecosystem variables that she used. And what she found was that sea surface temperature, spring transition timing, and the PDO were some key drivers in the system, similar to what we were kind of seeing in the previous slide. And then here in this figure here, she also again was able to identify thresholds and relationships between the PDO and copepod biomass and the proportion of predatory fish, as well as some thresholds in the between the spring transition timing, the proportion of predator biomass and copepod biomass. And then similarly with sea surface temperature and some of those variables as well. And so again, from all the relationships that she identified, only about 12% were identified as nonlinear. But another positive thing that came out of this is that the results from the GAMS and the gradient forests were largely in agreement, and that's always a nice thing to see when you're doing these types of analyses. And lastly, Jennifer applied the dynamic factor analysis to the environmental time series, the human pressures, and the ecosystem responses. Dynamic factor analysis is a dimension reduction tool that you can use to sort of synthesize or distill lots of noisy time series into a common trend. And so she found that there was a common trend among the different environmental variables that she evaluated, as well as those human and ecosystem variables. And sometimes having these sort of common trends, these broader trends, are a bit easier to communicate to managers about the sort of condition of the ecosystem rather than showing a whole bunch of different time series. And then the loadings, which are in this column right here, are what link the time series to those trends. And the loadings can give you some information on which of those which of those variables are really driving that trend and whether those coherence in those time series over time or not. So just to sum up, the DFAs that were applied to the time series with Jennifer's case study, as well as a couple other case studies to identify common trends in the indicators, assess their status and changes over time, and discuss the implications of these trends and maybe some of the causes of these trends over time. So now I just wanted to touch a little bit on some of the challenges of the working group, as well as some of the accomplishments of the working group. So some of the challenges to identifying common ecosystem reference points across these ecosystems was the differences in types and availability of time series across the member nations, as well as the differences in expertise with the methods. Some people were more comfortable with the methods than others. So there was a little bit, just a little bit of differences across the different member nations for that reason. And also, so that led to this inconsistency in methods applied across the system. So it's kind of harder to compare apples to apples all the time. Also, as I just showed, there was a small number of thresholds identified in those case studies where we were able to apply some of these methods for doing so. And so that kind of made it a little more challenging as well. But some key accomplishments. We persevered for the COVID-19 pandemic. I look at this photo and I have like PTSD when just looking at that. But I will say, it was a challenging time for everyone, but the whole working group and the PICES community supported us and we got through it and ended up producing a really solid report, I think. So yeah, it's great. Maybe it just brought us a little closer having to go through that together. But in addition, I think maybe because of the pandemic, it took us a little longer to get the report out. It gave us more time to work together. And so the report was really inclusive of all the member nations, which was really great and really helped increase our collaboration, strengthen those collaborations with the folks in the working group. We had multiple topic sessions and workshops and produced manuscripts. There's also a lot of capacity building in the working group through exchange of knowledge and skills. For example, we had a GitHub repository with open source code for folks to use the code themselves and then share with other folks at their own institutions. And so that was a really nice part about this was the skills and tools were brought back to member countries and applied in their own countries to further their own ecosystem research. And the skills were also brought back to help develop actionable science at some institutions as well. So for example, with Jennifer's work, she was able to modify some of the analyses that she did, but use these tools to develop science advice for fisheries managers through DFO's Canadian Science Advisory Secretariat process. So, having these tools and this experience, she was able to bring this back to help advance and improve the ecosystem approach for fisheries management for Pacific herring and maybe generate more interest from maybe the management community for using this type of information in the management process. And similarly, on the US West Coast, we've been able to present some of these tools to the Science and Statistical Committee for the Pacific Fisheries Management Council. And also within the US, there's actually a lot of interest in using ecosystem reference points within the management process. And there's also a couple different avenues for bringing this information into our management process. For example, the Alaska Fisheries Science Center has these economic and socioeconomic profiles that they use alongside their stock assessments and also develop risk tables to bring climate and ecosystem information into the management process. So some of this information about ecosystem thresholds and reference points could kind of be maybe pulled into some of these existing management pathways that are already being set up. So with that, I would just like to acknowledge the PICES community again for their support and encouragement, and particularly those folks that are here. And I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Okay, we have time for one or two quick questions. Yes.
Thank you, Mary. I'm Ian Perry, Canada. Great work, really nice stuff. Congratulations to you and the group for keeping on going. I was quite interested, excuse me, in your comment that you found so few thresholds, actually so few variables which had thresholds. And I'm worried about what this may mean for our ability to manage ecosystems, or at least to predicting ecosystems, and to provide some actionable advice on that.
Yeah, I think we were a little surprised because there were definitely a suite of papers that came out before this working group that had indicated that there was evidence of lots of thresholds in these types of relationships. And so we were kind of expecting more than we actually saw. And I think there could be different reasons for that. Actually, tomorrow I'll be talking about this a little bit in my another talk about sort of the robustness of the methods that we're using, and perhaps, maybe if the time, it can depend on time series length, it can depend on, the types of variables you're using. Like we were using, PDO as an indicator. Maybe if we'd been using more proximate drivers of some of these responses, maybe we would have seen more rather than sort of these base and scale indicators. So I think there's a little bit more digging that we have to do into the actual methods that we're using for detecting them to make sure that they're actually robust and we're actually detecting them when we should be.
Thank you very much for your great presentation and very, very nice study. So the question I have is, I think you have shown that there are this relationship between some ecosystem conditions and environmental indicators. In particular, the PDO seems to be playing a big role. So are you also planning to try to identify the processes that go from the PDO to the ecosystem? Because the PDO is a statistical pattern, so it doesn't really tell you what is behind. And I think elucidating those links may, in fact, be very important to understand the nature of these tipping points or these fast transitions.
Yes, that's a great question, and that is definitely not something we're tackling, but is something that is very important, especially given how relationships change over time. It's better to have maybe more mechanistic understanding what's actually happening in the ecosystem. And I think that would kind of give us a bit more understanding of why and when these thresholds, when they arise and when they don't. And just, I think having a better understanding of the mechanisms is really important moving forward. Just a little bit harder to do than, fitting the statistical models. Thanks.
Okay, our next talk will be given by two co-chairs of the Working Group 49 on climate extremes and coastal impacts, Helen Killeen and Hiroki Wakamatsu.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. We are really thrilled, Hiroki and I both, to present some of the initial stages of the work of Working Group 49 on climate extremes and coastal impacts in the Pacific. One of the things that we're all increasingly aware of is that anthropogenic carbon emissions are driving not only changes in the trend of the climate system, but also changes in the variability. And we're seeing that in a number of ways. For instance, we're seeing increasing frequency of storm-like events in the US West Southeast. We've seen this in the very recent past with two major hurricanes. We're also seeing increasing frequency of temperature extremes that are very evidenced through marine heat waves and cold spells. And we're seeing changes in the variability of biogeochemical systems, for instance, through increasing acidification events and deoxygenation events. And so all of this is kind of coming together to inform the work of Working Group 49, Climate Extremes and Coastal Impacts in the Pacific. And our work together really touches on all aspects of the SEAS framework and is inherently integrative and focuses very much on the cumulative impacts and multiple stressors aspect of the SEAS framework. So I want to take a second to highlight the several other co-chairs who have been very important in driving this work forward. Karen Hunter of DFO in Canada, Chanju Jang of Kiost in Korea, and Antonietta Capotondi of NOAA in the US. And we also have a really great interdisciplinary and multinational group of working group members who I'll highlight at the very end. But you can see all of them here. We too have had some really great virtual meetings at the beginning, and we've been lucky enough to be post-COVID, so we were able to start in person as well, and you can see that there on the right.
So I will quickly review the TO terms reference. So we set the 7 TORs. So first one is to develop, sorry, I can't read. So the develop a census of historical climate extreme events. Then also we try to focus on the case studies such as marine heat waves to explore the drivers and the predictability and the ecological or social impact. Then to assess the predictability of the climate extremes. Also, we try to develop the model to predict how existing ecosystem service may be affected. Also, we try to identify a set of social, economic, and cultural indicators. Also, work with the expert and engage the partner to disseminate our research outcome. So first, what we did is a community survey. So to understand who we are, and this and this figure 1 is expertise of co-occurrence network of the community members' expertise. So this center is a marine heat wave, and so they are surrounding bunch of different expertise. So our diverse expertise is associated around the marine heat waves that we are, and we also ask some question to understand how we think about the CE, including definition, category, and the example of representative climate extreme events. But that was not, we found that was not enough to cover TOR1, which is a census event. So we started the new 2 teams to cover the TORs, and also the special session and a workshop in 2025. And team 1 focused on the bibliometric analysis to cover TOR1, 2, and part of 3 and 5. Then team 2 to cover 2 and 3, which is focusing on the physical drivers and the implication for the predictability. And also this team hosts a topic session this year, S1 tomorrow, and also try to have another one in 2025 next year. And also to figure out the actionable solution, we have the special session and the workshop in next year. Okay. And I will explain the first one, the bibliometric analysis. So this team or analysis aim to develop the climate extreme event database across the North Pacific and to identify the drivers, impacts, and the indicators. And we do this by these 2 methods. One is the systematic literature review, which collect the literature, scientific literature and also media coverage. And then we accumulate the information. And using that information, we try to do this content analysis, including this text metrics and the topic specific dictionaries and topic modeling to identify or to census the historical CEs in the North Pacific, and also understand the drivers, impact, and the indicators, also to help predict or predictability and monitoring the approaches. Okay. And this is details of the bibliometric, and our focus consists of this climate event, which is like a marine heat wave or HAB or other like a hypoxia, and that impact on this ecological or socio-economic community, society or ecology. So focusing on those two impacts, we try to analyze this bibliometric analysis. Okay.
One of the key outcomes of our business meeting this year has been to flesh out new work that will be led by a second team dedicated to understanding and elucidating physical drivers and predictability of climate extremes in the Pacific. And the objectives of this team will, as I said, to assess the predictability of climate extremes. And how we will approach this is first by tackling a selection of particular case studies from several regions around the North Pacific, assessing leading local drivers and remote influences for those extreme events, characterizing both the internal and force variability associated with those events, exploring subsurface and surface expressions of those events, and then describing how those events, if they do, may overlap with other biogeochemical extremes in the sense of compound events, which is increasingly becoming a major focus of our working group. And then finally, the second task team will be focused on defining suitable indicators for these particular case studies. A couple of the ways in which we're sharing and using synergies from the PICES community to do our work is through the presentation and convening of two special sessions, one of which will be held this year, tomorrow, and one of which we will be applying for in 2025. And the focus of these topic sessions will be to enhance our understanding of extreme climate events, predicting future changes, and discussing ways to mitigate their impacts. This year's topic session has 17 in-person presentations, including 2 invited speakers and 10 early career ocean professionals. And we also have an amazing group of poster presentations that we hope you will come see on Thursday. Our workshop in 2025, which we have been working towards for a while now, will be focused on developing from this DISPER framework that we showed you a moment ago, developing and fleshing out several case studies to really build a better understanding of how extreme climate events can touch on the entire all aspects of the SEAS framework: ecology, society, and the climate system. So we'll be focusing on that in 2025 through a day-long workshop. So this is just a timeline showcasing sort of where we are in our 5-year plan for this working group. We started with the Pacific Extremes Community Survey, where we got to know a little bit more about ourselves as a working group and what our own expertise are. And that has turned into this bibliometric review, which will synthesize and census marine climate events throughout the North Pacific. So we're very much focused on that now, and we'll be beginning work for this new physical drivers team in the coming year, and presenting that work through workshops and special sessions and a final report. So this list here on the left shows all of our member members of the Working Group 49 who represent all of the PICES member nations and are very engaged in this work, building out this plan to develop our understanding of extreme climate events in the Pacific. So thank you very much for your attention, and we'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Yes, we do have time for questions. Okay.
Hi, guys. Thank you very much for the update on the progress. Working Group 49 is different than many of the previous working groups in that it has a longer term and is really meant to address all aspects of the SEAS diagram rather than kind of flow from one to the other. Do you guys feel like that is a worthwhile approach to put everybody, in the room at the same time? Or does it lead to more difficult discussions and like, hey, we don't use the same vocabulary and stuff like that? Like, are those challenges minor and worthwhile overcoming, or would you prefer to have smaller discussions?
Sure, I can give that a try. Yeah, I think that's a great question. We're very grateful already for the long timeline that our working group has been given, because we have found that the time to plan our activities and get to know each other in an interdisciplinary setting has been extremely valuable for planning what we think will be meaningful activities to move towards meeting these terms of reference for our working group. And I think you're absolutely correct that we have had challenging, not contentious, but challenging discussions around things like terminology or other ways in which we differ in terms of our expertise. For instance, there's a lot of differences in our understanding of what the word indicator means across different disciplines. So we've spent time thinking about that, what extreme means, and those sorts of things. But those, I think, are very important conversations to have, and could really make the outcomes from our group more accessible and actionable for the communities for which they're important.
Thank you.
Okay, our next talk will be given by all four co-chairs of the APE Cup, Mingyong Kim, Hannah Leighton, Hannah Matsubara, and Raphael Roman.
Hi, everyone. We'll start off by introducing ourselves, and then we'll take turns going throughout our presentation. I'm Hannah LaChance. I'm from the United States, and I support NOAA Fisheries International Fisheries Science Coordination, and I'm one of the advisory panel on early career ocean professional co-chairs from the Eastern Pacific.
Hi, everyone. So I'm also on the eastern side of the Pacific. So we have 2 chairs from the eastern side and 2 chairs from the western side. And for me, I'm based in Vancouver, Canada, where I coordinate the efforts of the early career ocean professionals in Asia through the IOC UNESCO platform. So I'm gonna.
Hi, my name is Hannah Matsubara. I am a PhD candidate at the University of Tokyo from Japan, and I am also one of the co-chair from western side of North Pacific.
Hey, hello, this is Mingyong Kim from South Korea, Gyeongbuk National University. I am now assistant professor, and that's why I feel I'm a bit kind of older echo than the others, but I'm trying my best to keep younger. Okay, thank you.
So first of all, we wanted to define what an early career ocean professional is, or what ECOP stands for. So, and we'll go into kind of the history of how we became a group, but this was one of the first decisions we had to discuss, was what is an early career ocean professional in the context of PICES. And so after much discussion and with agreement from Science Board and Governing Council, we defined ECOP as someone who self-identifies as an early career professional in the beginning of their career within 10 years or less of professional experience. So now that you know what an ECOP is, raise your hand if you feel that you are an ECOP. All right, I see lots of ECOPs, wonderful. If you haven't already, make sure you get a sticker for your name tag to identify yourself so that we can mate and mingle with one another. So as I said, how did we become an advisory panel? What is our origin story? And so given this is the Future Symposium, we wanted to highlight that PICES in general has been very supportive of early career ocean professionals. But, and this was before my time, but I believe there were discussions that started back in 2020 or perhaps even earlier, maybe in 2019, about how to maybe start a group that could look into what is needed for engaging and sustaining early career ocean professionals in PICES. And so with how PICES structure works is usually if you have a new idea, it's commonly given the title of study group, which is a one-year term. And so Anne Satterthwaite was our fearless co-chair leading this study group, which resulted in a really helpful report, some of which in some of the highlights are included here on the slide. And that report really helped shape what our needs were and then highlighted the need that an advisory panel to continue to advocate for and support the early career ocean professionals would be a good way to sustain that voice within the PICES community. And so as we were saying here, these are just some of the ways that supporting ECOPs were highlighted, and they kind of turned in many ways into our terms of reference. And since becoming an advisory panel, goodness, a couple of years ago now, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, 2 years ago, time flies. We have really tried to hone in on those terms of reference. And because we're an advisory panel, it means we kind of cut across all aspects of the organization. And so in some ways we're cross-pollinators. And, you know, just some examples here include that we really want to engage ECOPs throughout the organization, and that can be through professional opportunities in expert groups, scientific programs, and other aspects of the PICES structure. And we'll have some more information on how we've been doing on that front later. Recruiting diverse ECOPs through revitalizing communications and existing networks. And so that's something, again, that you'll hear a little bit more about soon. We wanted to foster intergenerational exchanges through mentorship programs and activities. So again, you'll hear more about that soon, but if you haven't already, and if you're part of the mentor and mentee program, feel free to make sure you get a sticker from registration to help highlight with that activity. Additionally, we want to strengthen collaborations with other early career networks. So that could include through the UN Decade of Ocean Science. There's a global ECOP program that has multiple regional and national nodes. And so we've been working to connect across those, especially with the ones in the North Pacific community. And then our sister organization over in the North Atlantic, PICES, has their own early career group. So we try to make sure we're aware of each other's activities and support each other when we're able. And then finally, coordinating ECOP activities, workshops, trainings, and networking sessions through, you know, this can include during high-level international conferences, but also definitely throughout the PICES annual meeting. And so hopefully you've seen a couple examples, and you will continue to see some examples of that throughout our presentation and throughout the week. Okay, and so funding and mentorship support coming from Future has been a big part of why we've been successful. And so I think the biggest, like, we were reflecting on how we all became members and then co-chairs, and it really was through intentional invitations into the organization by an existing member, and then sustained support. And so our advisory panel is made up of early career ocean professionals, but we also have a couple mentors that sit on the panel and help guide us and make us familiar with the structure of the organization. And we really value that support. Additionally, they, as you mentioned, maybe saw at the opening ceremony, Future has its own early career award as well. And throughout the organization, there's also usually requests for funding to send ECOPs to various meetings. And some of you are here because you've received funding to come to this meeting. So, we just wanted to thank everyone for, the support in all the different ways, the mentorship, the funding. And it goes beyond being part of the advisory panel as well. Like we said, one of our goals is to integrate ECOPs into all parts of PICES. And so I've had the privilege myself of being a co-chair or a co-convener on multiple workshops. And Raphael and I had the privilege of being part of the scientific steering committee for the Early Career Scientist Conference that happens every couple of years, the next one being in 2027. And so those have been formative experiences for us. And it has also led to other things such as being involved in publications that come from being part of these workshops. So the publication that was mentioned this morning, I was lucky enough to be part of because I helped co-lead a workshop that informed the publication on how, the UN Decade program that ICES and PICES leads called SmartNet, how they support small island developing states, early career ocean professionals. And so I appreciate all the opportunities we've had, and we just want to thank you for that.
Thank you, Hannah. And something that's been really great this year is like as members of the AP ECOP group and also for some other ECOPs across the PICES community is that we really were able to make waves this past year. So you've heard already about several conferences that PICES has been co-sponsoring. So you have, for example, the, how do you do this one? Oh, this one. Oh, nice. And I went, thanks. So we had the 7th International Zooplankton Pollution Symposium, also the MCs one in Yokohama. And every time we have events, so we have workshops and sessions being organized by ECOPs, usually we also have a chance to publish an article in PICES Press, which is being published 2 times every year. So it's also an opportunity for people to come together and reflect on what we accomplished. And this past year, some of you may have heard about the UN Ocean Decade Conference, which happened in Barcelona. And so we were able to also support with the help of other working groups 2 ECOPs to actually travel to Barcelona, where they attended different sessions. Some of our ECOPs were speaking as well in some panels. We were able to give presentations, and really this experience was extremely fruitful for all of them. So that's also ways for you to join and find this kind of opportunities to go to conferences and to contribute to workshops and sessions in different conferences that PICES is co-sponsoring, but also some international symposiums. Like, for example, next year you have a UN Ocean Conference in Nice that you may have already heard about, and there will be also opportunities for ECOPs within the PICES community to travel there. And so here's like a little bit of data for you. So like we also within our working group have been working on basically trying to gather different type of demographic data across conferences. So you can see some of the conferences that happen. So since EQUO in Norway, we've been trying to gather information on ECOPs at every single conference. So you may have potentially filled this 1-2 minutes short survey when you registered for this own conference. So it's really interesting to see how we've always had, like 41% of in-person participants at EQUO, 38% last year in Seattle, 47% in Tasmania, and 53% in MCs. And something that's really interesting for us is how to retain ECOPs in the longer term. And so within all those ECOPs who filled those surveys over the past 2 years, more than 70% of them have only been attending conferences, PICES conference for 1 year or less. So we have a lot of newcomers. And I don't know how many of you within that room for whom is like this conference is the first PICES conference. Yeah, so I can see like a good amount of you is like your first time there. And so we would really like to see, if you would like to continue joining those conferences, and joining the AP ECOP group is also a way for you to make new friends, new colleagues, and also to join different working groups that you can listen to throughout this conference, especially at the Future Symposium. Like, there are so many amazing working groups and work being done all over PICES. And then quickly, this is just quick stats for this particular conference. So there are 200 ECOPs who registered. I don't know exactly how many are participating, but we're gonna get this data soon. So here's a breakdown for the countries. But what's interesting too is that within those 200 ECOPs, 6.2% are co-convening a session or a workshop. 5% have been invited speakers, and around 15% are members of PICES expert groups. So there's a lot of room to improve here, especially when it comes to the statistics for PICES expert group membership. So please make sure to join some of the business meetings. It sounds really like, scary because it's a business, but not really. Just go into a room and say hi and just sit down and you learn a lot. I can assure you. All right, so no, I still have one more slide. And then quickly, this one is just drilling down into this membership. So we have around 50, I think Hannah here did a really great job, because now every expert group has to list how many ECOPs they have in their expert group, so we can get a better sense of the representation of ECOPs across PICES. So we have around 55% of working groups, study groups, sections, and committees that have ECOPs. But I think there's still, again, some room for improvement here. So I hope we can all work toward a goal closer to 100%, but maybe not 100, because I know that scientific committees is a bit harder to get some ECOPs in there. Okay, but now let's move to mentorship with Minkyung, because some of you may have signed up for that.
Thank you, Rafael. Okay, then I will introduce and briefly tell you about our mentorship program started last year. So it's our second year mentorship program. If any of you ever participated in our last year's mentorship, at the time we had two activities, like one group picture and the other one is a photo competition. So in the beginning of the mentorship and the end of the mentorship, we had a group photo all together. So we can really have a look how the people's face changed with friendly face after their mentorship. And our second activity, the photo competition, was we just ask all the mentoring teams to take a photo together between the mentor and mentee. So we are trying to find who's doing the best mentoring, but actually the answer was already fixed from the beginning. Everyone who participated was the winner. And this year, as we already showed our trick, so we decided to do something different. I think some of you collected the stickers and some are not, but if you go to the reception, you can find this black small sticker. Actually, it's a fluorescence, so if you bring it to the dark room, it will be shining. It indicates that mentors could be a light for the mentees by the activities, so please do not forget to bring this sticker. And this year we have 16 responses who wants to join in our mentorship program. And maybe Hannah will introduce about the room, but we will have a mentorship room from tomorrow for 3 days. So it will be 302B room. So for the mentors and mentees, these rooms are open. So you can just go into the room and do all the activities that you want. And these are some surveys that we are doing for our mentorship program. So we are trying to get all the answers about what are your academic careers and what are you interested in, what do you want to receive from the mentorship, and sorry for the small letters, but we are making the survey and trying to develop our mentorship program at the end for future. And where to? Okay. We are also having some task team doing the outreach and engagement. So the ECOP opportunity flyers, we are making it translate to 6 different languages, from English to Korean, Chinese, Japanese, and Russian, so you can read it with your own language. And this ECOP opportunity flyers, after that, we are trying to continue preparing annual meeting flyers as well as on evergreen flyers that can highlight longer-term engagement opportunities and can live up the PICES website beyond the lead to the annual meeting. And as everyone already has this smiley face and ECOP stickers, but we have the ECOP stickers, so ECOPs can identify each other and encourage our cross-career stage engagement to each other. And if you find those smiley face stickers, just to feel free to approach them and ask any questions that you have about this ECOP activities or PICES activity opportunities. Now,
So from now, we would like to present the report on the online training session we've just had before the annual meeting. This training series was officially endorsed as a UN Ocean Decade activity, and it was supported by ECOP Global Program, including the support for providing the Zoom webinar platform. So the title of the training series was International Open Science Training, and how many of you have participated? Yes, thank you very much. And first of all, we sincerely appreciate to all the support provided to making this training possible, especially for our co-conveners and panelists. Thank you very much. And the objective of this training was to promote intercultural dialogue and explore various aspects of international collaboration through 3 sessions, including session on science diplomacy, session on data management, and session on science communications. And we had 445 registrants and had 214 total attendees across 3 sessions, which is amazing. And we were so pleased to see participants coming all around the world, not only from North Pacific region, but also from African region, European region, and South Pacific region. Even it was, I think it was early morning or midnight for them, but they participated from around the world. And we had 4 panelists for each session, including 2 each from West and East side of North Pacific. And they provided a presentation on their expertise at the beginning of the session. And after that, we had open discussion session with some interaction with participants. And we are planning to submit our report article maybe to PICES Press. So we hope you will enjoy it. And addition to that, we had 4 ECOP volunteer staff for this session, and they were nominated as travel grantees to attend this annual meeting in Hawaii. And they also supported this training as a note taker or co-moderators. So can I ask those 4 ECOPs to raise their hand if you would not mind? Thank you very much. Their contribution were amazing. All of them did very great job. Thank you very much. And the recording and materials are available on AP ECOP website inside of the PICES webpage. So please access if you are interested in. And these are feedback from participants. So we encourage participants to share their feedback on the social media like X or LinkedIn with hashtag PICES 2024. So if you search that hashtag PICES 2024, you can see their comments in English and also in their own language. And from now, let me share some information on recruitment needs and opportunity during this annual meeting. So let us highlight that all ECOPs are highly welcomed to join expert groups close to your expertise. So please feel free to join any sessions, any workshops, and any business meeting. Business meeting sounds very official, but it's basically, as Rafael mentioned, it's basically very open for anyone if it doesn't say it's closed. So AP ECOP members can guide you to join expert group. If you are not very sure how you can join expert group, then just feel free to talk to us. We can support you. So you can see the smiley face sticker on our name tag, then they are very friendly to ECOP. So please do not be scared to talk to them. And we are also welcoming new members. So AP ECOP are welcoming new members from 6 PICES member countries. So please to feel free to come to talk to us at one of the events below inside of the yellow box. So tomorrow morning from 9 a.m., we will have an introduction to PICES session. And if you are new to PICES or if it's your first time to join PICES meeting, then we will show the structure of PICES and we will explain how you can be engaged in expert groups. So please feel free to join. And in the afternoon tomorrow from 2 p.m., we will have AP ECOP business meeting. So if you want to be engaged in PICES a bit continuously, then it will be a good entry point to join our team. And I know that many of you do not speak English as your first language, so you may feel the language barrier to join the discussion in English. It's same for me. So we are trying to introduce an English operating rules in our meeting for asking everyone to speak slowly with simple grammar and avoiding indirect metaphor. So that creating comfortable environment for everyone. So please do not be scared. Just join us. And as Minkyun said, room 302B is available for 3 days in the full afternoon time for the mentorship session. So please schedule your session with your mentor or mentee and feel free to use the room for your mentorship session. And even if you cannot join any of these events, the Google form is available to contact us. So please contact us anytime.
That's the last slide, we promise. Also, to some of us mentors here who don't have a smiley, I have the supply of smileys, so please come to me if you need a smiley. I see some of you don't have the smiley. Yeah, just quickly for the future of our ECOP group, looking at 2025 and beyond, as Hannah already said, we're trying to identify new members and also future AP ECOP chairs. So please make sure to come to a business meeting tomorrow and talk to us if you're interested. And we really try to sustain the momentum and to continue supporting ECOP's participation in future conferences. So, you know, there is the UN Ocean Conference in Korea happening next year, the UN Ocean Conference in Nice, and the One Ocean Science Congress. So there's also great opportunities for ECOPs who are willing to submit an abstract to potentially be considered for financial support. And of course, we're going to continue to strengthen existing cooperation with ICES. I think there are some ICES colleagues here in the room, but also to explore new synergies, including with the Asia Pacific Network for Global Change Research. I'm not sure if someone from APN is actually in that room. If someone from APN is here, we'd love to chat more with you over the course of the meeting. And I don't know if Hannah, you want to say anything about some of the key takeaways from the PICES external review report that you read really carefully.
Yes, everyone should do their homework and read the external review report. No, just kidding. So we really, like we said, are super grateful for the opportunity to have an advisory panel as well as to have it lead to all the wonderful work that we've done that was just highlighted. So as you may have heard multiple times today, there was a external review of PICES and a report that was produced and is on PICES website. And the colorful boxes just highlight a few of the mentions related to ECOP. And I was really pleasant to see that a lot of them were saying and showing the positive work that has been done. And highlighting that ECOPs will also be important to continue to engage and support, especially as it relates to the goal for PICES to shift to actionable science. So yes, we recommend to continue to, I think one of the biggest recommendations to walk away with today is that if you are not an ECOP, if you're more of an M-COP like mid-career or an L-COP like late career, please be that friendly face for an ECOP and invite them into PICES, because that is really what brought us into the organization. And we need more of that one-on-one invitation to continue to make people feel comfortable and supported. So we thank you for those who have done that, and we encourage everyone to continue. And that is all.
Okay, we can take one quick question.
the back.
Yeah, I just had a question about the figure you showed about the drop off in first year to second year to later year early career professionals. I was curious how that compares sort of across the board. Because there's obviously a big drop off in academia as a whole. Like, is PICES doing better or worse than the field as a whole in retaining people?
So yeah, I couldn't hear the very end of your question. It was, but I remember the graph you're talking about the bubble size, yeah, which is basically people answering us saying, how long have you been joining those PICES conferences? And there was, yeah, a big one for a year or less. And then, but I just didn't catch the end of that question.
I was just wondering if you have any sense of how that compares to the ocean field as a whole. Is that reflecting general drop off of early career professionals or not? Sorry.
Okay, that's actually a really good question, because so we've been doing this with the Global ECO program by surveying people from different countries and region. So it seems like it varies quite a lot depending on where you look at. But generally we tend to have a lot of individuals within 1, 2, 3, 4 years, I would say. So we have a lot of interest from young people who are just starting into the field. Some of them are also students, so master students or PhDs, and some of them are just getting started. And then we have people who have been there for like 8, 9, 10 years or transitioning away from the ECOP to the MCOP stage, as they call it. So yeah, generally, I would say this pattern is quite strong within PICES in terms of how many of them participate. And then it's a bit more nuanced, but still people tend to be quite new in general in the field when you look at the global community. Yeah.
Big applause to the ECOPs. Okay, our next presentation is an invited talk. She is Rachel Shiri. She is a recipient of this year's Future Seas ECOP Award. So, forward, backward, light, and
Wait, can you tell me that's forward, that's the light?
Not light. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Hannah, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rachel Siri. I'm at UC Santa Cruz and the NOAA Southwest Fisheries Science Center in Monterey, California. And my interest as a researcher is in the challenges that face socio-ecological systems and finding the management solutions that can help us reach our future ocean goals in terms of biodiversity and conservation, but also in maintaining all of those human links and benefits that we get from the ocean and need from the ocean. So thank you to the Future Program for inviting me to give a presentation today, and particularly for encouraging me to talk about a social ecological systems approach, because that's my favorite thing to talk about. So we've done a super good job globally at recognizing that we need to take drastic action on reducing and preventing further biodiversity loss. And we've set some really big goals. We've got this is fun. We've got the Ocean Decade, we've got the Sustainable Development Goals, and we've got the Global Biodiversity Framework. And this framework set the most ambitious goals yet a couple of years ago to reach 30% of our oceans protected by 2030. So all of this is really good news for biodiversity and for protecting our oceans in general. But ambitious goals require severe interventions. And in many of these goals, we're not close to meeting them. So for example, on the 30 by 30 goal, we've protected about 8% of the global ocean so far, with 6 years to go before 2030. There are going to be substantial management changes ahead to close this gap, and they're not going to happen in isolation. They're going to mean interventions like establishing new marine protected areas, in establishing new regulations on fisheries and other activities. And these could have potential consequences for our coastal communities. And while we do have socially focused goals within some of these frameworks, they're not always compatible and sometimes secondary to our more ecologically focused goals. So countries are going to need to balance environmental protections with societal needs as we come towards 2030 and beyond. And my concern is, how can we do it well at such a big magnitude in such a short time frame in a way that doesn't put all of the burden on coastal communities? So my research in a nutshell explores ways of integrating social considerations into strategies to meet ecological goals. I'm going to share a couple of examples of projects where we're trying to find management solutions to challenges where there are competing social and ecological priorities. And this first example comes from the California drift gillnet fishery. The drift gillnet fishery targets a healthy population of swordfish, but it's associated with a large amount of bycatch and protected species such as leatherback turtles. So much so that drift gillnet fishing is being phased out in the next couple of years. And it means that managers are now tasked with both reducing bycatch of protected species, but also finding fishing opportunities to bridge the gap of those opportunities that are going to be lost under that ban. So the question we're asking with this research is whether dynamic ocean management tools can help in reducing bycatch and improving fishing opportunities in the drift gillnet fishery. And we're doing this, we're evaluating a tool called EcoCast. EcoCast is a decision support tool which was developed by Elliot Hazen and others at NOAA ERD. And it uses remotely sensed environmental data and telemetry data on species distribution to come up with a map of daily predictions of encountering target species and encountering bycatch species. And this is supposed to be used by fishermen to optimize fishing catch whilst also avoiding bycatch of protected species. And using this tool is actually going to be a prerequisite of being given an exempted fishing permit by fishermen who are currently doing drift gillnet fishing. So our research question essentially is this tool useful? And we're doing this through a real science policy partnership. The research project involves collaborators from the NOAA units that are tasked with rolling out this policy and in giving these EFPs. And we're using a program evaluation approach, which essentially just means a systematic process of collecting evidence to evaluate the effectiveness of a program or a policy. And we're focusing on the end user experience. We're conducting stakeholder workshops involving the tool developers as well as the managers and the fishermen. And we're rolling out participatory research data collection with the fishermen where they'll evaluate the tool on the water. And the idea of this research is that we're going to learn and improve tools that fishermen want to use and can be used by management to resolve this challenge. And if you want to hear more about this project, I'll be presenting in session 7 on Thursday. This second example comes from the California commercial Dungeness crab fishery. And the crab fishery has experienced a spike in whale entanglements in recent years. This started with a big marine heat wave, which set in action environmental changes that meant we have an increasing overlap between a large number of whales and fishing activity. And because humpback whales are protected, it's meant that there's been a new set of regulations on the crab fishery to stop these whale entanglements happening. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife set in action this risk assessment mitigation program, which uses a set of ecological indicators such as whale density and SST to determine whether there's significant risk of whale entanglement to warrant closing the Dungeness crab fishery. And as you can see, as you can see in this graph, this program has been pretty successful at reducing whale entanglements. However, this has come at a cost to the crab fishing industry. We developed an economic impacts model, which retrospectively estimated revenues lost under years subject to closures or delays to the fishery because of whale entanglement. And we found that those losses can be quite substantial to the crab fishing industry. They can be as much as 14 million in 1 year. And coming up with this estimate was useful because it exposed that we had a management problem, but it wasn't super useful in prescribing what we could do to the management measures to reduce the impact of the fishing community. So the next thing we did was to set out on social indicator development. And we did this by conducting interviews with the fishermen to understand their experiences of these whale entanglement mitigation measures. And in doing so, we developed more than 300 potential social indicators that were community informed. You can see some of these in the word cloud on the right. Our next step is to quantify those indicators into measurable indices that will make a social and economic sustainability monitoring system. And the goal of that is that managers will be able to evaluate management changes both on social and economic outcomes. And if you want to hear more about that project, you can catch Alexis's talk also in session 7 on Thursday. So what I've learned from all of these projects is that even these small regional interventions can have large impacts on fishing communities. So when we think about scaling up to these huge ocean goals that we have to keep asking how our strategies to meet ocean goals can yield positive outcomes for our fishing communities. And I think we can do that by forming these interdisciplinary teams, by using a social ecological systems approach, and engaging communities in the solutions to the challenges that face them. And I'm encouraged that we are doing that. This is some of the preliminary results from the text analysis that we're doing as part of Working Group 51. You saw Shion Takamura's talk earlier today. And the graph on the left shows you the research topics by US federal agencies since PICES began. And you can see that biodiversity conservation research, of course, has increased, but we also see this spike in multidisciplinary studies, especially in the last 10 years. And we also see that a rise in words like dynamic, community, management, ecosystem, all which point to a more integrated approach to ecosystem-based management. And we also see that trend in other PICES member countries. So all I have to conclude is keep up the good work. And thank you again to the Future Program for inviting me and for your attention.
Yeah, we can take 1 or 2 questions.
Thank you very much for a very excellent talk. I'm very impressed. But my question is, I forgot to check the vertical axis of the second case. Is that the catch amount or income of the
bycatch number of
no,
bycatch or entanglements?
Crab case, second case.
Yeah, entanglements, reported entanglements in California.
Okay.
Number, yeah.
Bycatch?
Entanglement in gear, not bycatch, of whales.
Okay, I see. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm just curious that if the regulation is changed, the issue is for the fisherman is the income, not the landings itself. So budget is most important for them, and the efficiency for working is also important. For example, if the band is conducted and the opportunity to go to work is reduced, is the happy for them to make more friends on land.
Can you repeat that last bit?
So then the issue of the fishermen, especially in Japan, is they cannot take rest, vacation,
Okay.
and spend the vacation with friends, old friends. It is an issue. So not only the fishery amount is an issue for them, but the happiness of the life is very important for them. So if you can indicate the happiness of the fishermen, I think this it is a mod.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
If you have some ideas on variables that represent happiness, I would be happy to hear them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Lovely talk. And I'd like to discuss something afterwards with you. But first, as you add to the criteria for success of management, you create a greater and greater possibility of never satisfying anybody. I think John Pope in the UK formulated this as the n-dimensional potato of opportunity. Always worth looking up. And the more you add new things, the more everybody has to compromise. And a lot of people hate compromise. I wonder if you have any comment on that.
Yeah, and I think with this work, it's not about getting a win-win. It's about getting the best possible scenario on all sides, rather than everything, it's never going to be perfect and you're never going to represent everybody in the community. But it's about making those small tweaks, if we can, to make it less impactful in the group. Does that make sense?
That's a good answer. The minimum sustainable wage.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, the final talk before afternoon coffee break is on science communications, and the speaker is Natsuko Nakayama.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Hannah. My name is Natsuko Nakayama from Japan, and I work for Japan Fisheries Research and Education Agency. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Today, I'm talking about the activities and accomplishment of PICES on behalf of Advisory Panel for Science Communications. And the communication of our science helps us build collaborations, expand the interest in our work to the public, and ensure stable funding. But often we don't take the extra step to share our science more widely. Therefore, we should take the time to create clear and concise messages about the work we are doing. This is the ABT method, but, therefore. And that has been the focus of the advisory panel on science communication, which I will describe in more detail in this talk. The PICES focus on science communications began with session in 2018 and workshop in 2019 that preceded the formation of a study group in 2020. The success of these activities led to the development of an advisory panel on science communications in 2021, fondly called PICES. The activities are shown here, including a workshop this year that will be held during the morning coffee breaks on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and also at the poster session on Thursday night, where our recent activities will be summarized and presented to you. How to motivate someone? Being proceeded the ABT method. Here are details of the ABT method, a proven way of interesting your audience in your work that provide an introduction and then suspense, but followed by resolution. Therefore, why do we know that the ABT method works? Look at story structure of well-known movies shown here that tell exciting and engaging stories. And Dorothy lives in Kansas. We are not in Kansas anymore. Clicks her heels to go home. Oh, sorry. Neo is living his life, finds out it's a false world. He shows people the truth. Hobbits live in the share. Now steering there need to be destroyed. Take it to Mount Doom. So they all follow a basic structure of and, but, therefore. And an analysis of brain activity of people listening to a story with an and structure is shown on the left. And with the brain activity of people listening to a story with an ABT structure is shown on the right. A lot more of the brain is active and there is more engagement. Index of similarity is higher, meaning that people related to a story with suspense. But most of us, it seems, talk about science in an and structure. So that's why that need to change. The AP ScienceCom continued their activities last year with a workshop on creating compelling policy to amplify your PICES work. The morning coffee break on Wednesday and the poster session on Thursday night will focus on fact sheet and give you expert group an opportunity to develop and refine your own fact sheets. You may have noticed a video working around at the PICES 2023 meeting last year in Seattle. So he created 3 videos about our PICES work, focused on ECOPS, social and human science, and SmartNet. Please visit the PICES website to view these videos and share them widely. Here, example of 2 fact sheets. One on ECOP, and the other is a summary of PICES. These are concise and only 1 page. They provide an opportunity for those people now to PICES, including ECOP, to see what the PICES activities are. AP SciComm asks all PICES expert group to create their own fact sheets. So we already something the sheets template. Let AP SciComm help you. On Thursday morning, there will be a focus on social media. You will be given an opportunity to learn more about different platforms to share our work more widely through social media. PICES is working with the PICES Secretariat to transform the PICES webpage to make it more modern and user-friendly. Another activity in which PICES can be a leader is sharing our work on environmental sustainability. You can see here the calculation of our carbon emission saving during COVID. We will continue to be thoughtful about our impact on the planet as climate scientists working for reducing our footprint. Study Group Green, in collaboration with AP SciComm, has communicated with other international organizations our activities in greening of our annual meetings. They have expressed to us that they appreciate our leadership and would like to continue discussions about how we all work together to increase our emphasis on environmental consciousness. And this year, Study Group Green and LP SciComm sponsor the beach cleanups activity with the Waikiki Aquarium. Over 35 Pisceans came on Saturday morning to clean up the beach. Let's make this a regular PICES activity. And as a final reminder, here are all the AP SciComm activities this year at the PICES annual meeting. They will be held during a morning coffee break on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and also at the poster session on Thursday night. And tomorrow, as we are talking about all about the ABT, so please ask for help to communicate your PICES science. AP SciComm looks forward to working with you, and thank you for listening.
We have time for questions. Or time to go for coffee. Okay, we can take a break for coffee, and then after the coffee break, we will have panel discussion with distinguished panelists. So please come back by 4. And you can submit your questions to the panelists on the link that is provided on Whova app. When you look at the agenda of this future symposium, you can see the link to submit your questions. Thank you.
Okay, well, welcome back. We've got the hour and a half here before the reception tonight, which is going to be fun. But this next part of the meeting is a panel discussion. And we have some distinguished folks, pretty much all Pisceans, folks who've been around PICES probably for quite a while, who are going to give us their thoughts around progress, challenges, lessons learned from the future program. So I will invite maybe the panelists to come on up on the stage, if you don't mind now. You can only come up through this side here, or you could jump. Right? Oh, you don't, you can, oh, organize any way you'd like. Okay. Okay, so thank you very much. Yeah, so so today we have representatives from actually each of the PICES member nations, as well as the Secretariat. So we have, I'll read it here rather than go in order there, but it's Sanai Chiba from the Secretariat. Okay. We have Jennifer Bolt from Canada, Fangli Chao from China, Shinichi Ito from Japan, Sinjae Yu from Korea, and Vladimir Radchenko from Russia, and Ryan Rikoshevsky from the US. And so what we're going to do is we're going to let them have a chance to give some of their personal perspectives on what they think about the future program, what has been good, what has maybe not worked as well, some of the lessons learned. And then when we finish that up, and also, by the way, we have a couple of questions that we'll begin with, but we really want to hear from all of you, from the PICES community, to ask them questions, to ask each other questions, or just to provide your own input and opinions and thoughts, because we'd really like to hear. And then when we finish up with that, we will have Dr. Cisco Werner will come and give our closing remarks for the future symposium. And then we will be able to go to the reception. So that's the plan. Okay, so I think what we'll do, these are the questions that we really kind of wanted to get some perspective from each of the panelists for. And so I think what we'll do is we'll go ahead and start with that first question, and we'll hear from each of the panelists about that, their thoughts on that. So perhaps, and the first question is, what do you think is the most significant contribution Future has made to PICES and just North Pacific marine science communities in general? And then the other side of that coin is, what have been some of the bigger barriers that maybe have limited some of the achievement of Future's science objectives? So we'll start there. So if each of you could maybe introduce who you are and your relationship to PICES, and then give your remarks on that question. And I think I'll go ahead and start. Junichi. Yes. Oh, and
Thank you very much. And as you already seen that most of the big achievement under Future is engagement of the young career scientists. So now we have many young scientists. And for example, for our session 11, more than half are occupied by young scientists. So this is a very good achievement. And can I add more?
Oh,
is that okay?
Talk as much as you want. No. Please go on as long as you want. We've got plenty of time. Plenty of time.
Great.
I'll stop you when we need to.
And of course, the second one is bridging the people. So PICES is providing the forum to bridging the peoples, many disciplines, many religions, and many generations. That is a very good point. Especially PICES holds a symposium like ECO, effect of the climate change on the world ocean, and also the small project fish symposium, and also the zooplankton symposium. So at the international symposium, not only PICES member countries, but from worldwide are connecting by under the Future. So I think this is a very good achievement.
That's great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Jennifer Bolt. I'm a research scientist with Fisheries and Oceans Canada in the Pacific Biological Station in Nanaimo, British Columbia. And I am on the Future SSC and the Monitor Committee, and then also Working Group 53, which is small pelagic foraging community, I believe.
Something like that.
Unlike most people, I know the number, but not the name. So Future, I don't have anything new to say from what we've already heard today, but I think there's two things that came out to me, which were accomplishments of the Future program. And one was an increased understanding of interactions between climate and ecosystems. We had increased understanding of the foci of different PICES committees and groups, and that the interactions among those groups helped with that improved understanding. And then the second thing that came to mind was that a focus of Future was societal concerns arising from potential threats to the North Pacific ecosystems. And Future resulted in increased integration of human dimensions into ecosystem analysis, what we heard today from, say, Makino-san and Shinichi. And then the formation of the Human Dimensions Committee and the development of the SEAS framework. So I think those were the big accomplishments.
Me? Okay, I'm Fang Li Qiao from China. So in fact, I joined PICES for more than 20 years, and also I joined the external review committee. So it's my great pleasure to be here to share some ideas with all of you. The first question proposed by Steven is, what's the successful story of Future? I think the name means a lot. Let's go back to the name, Future. So I think the most successful is the U, the character U. U means understanding. So as we know, the understanding of the marine ecosystem, especially its response to climate change, is really interdisciplinary. And the Future take so many scientists with different background to work together and really improved our understanding on the marine ecosystem. I think this is a big success we should celebrate. And of course, a lot of successful stories for future. But if you ask me for one point, I think this should be the outstanding one. The second is what's the Great Barrier or some weak point for future. I think we still can go back to the name F. F means forecasting, as we know. So if we go back, so this morning, I think Ito-san have a very, very good, very nice presentation. It's so at the beginning, if we can go back, like the founder, one of the founder is Worcester, Professor Worcester. Is he at that time he mentioned that what's the focus of PICES is for the forecasting of the months to century. Of course, we focus on the marine ecosystem. So this is, in fact, this is mainly a prediction or forecasting issue. And then followed by 4C. 4C is quite successful here. I think everybody agree 4C is quite successful. So why 4C is so successful? So I think 2 points we can, some lessons we can learn. One is for 4C, they developed the new model, numera, right? The fish model. And this fish model is widely accepted and adopted into different kind of models. So I think this is one of the key point is for its success. The other is for the data sharing. As we know, for the 4C, they have the real-time monitoring. This is by ship. They can share the data. So it's quite successful. For future, of course, we also focus on the forecast because the first character is forecasting. Unfortunately, so our attention is not so focused on. We focus on too much on the understanding, but less energy on this point. So this is one point I want to share. Of course, this is my personal review. The other is for future is too ambitious, and the goal and the question, the sub question is too much. So this morning we already learned there are 3 key questions, and for the sub questions we have 18. Too much, I think. If we want, in fact, we want for one like a program or a large product, we focus on 1 or 2 questions. If we could clearly answer this question, is very good. Otherwise, it is too much, and some questions too huge. For example, the ecosystem resilience. Okay, so this may be a lifetime job, maybe several generations, not only a product. If we focus on this as a sub questions, I think it's very hard, to get some achievements. So this is the second drawback. The third question proposed by Stephen is what's the future for future? I think we should think about the external review report. The report at the end of this week, the chair of the external review committee, Professor Eileen Hoffman, will have a presentation. I think she will give a very informative presentation. Hope everybody can join. And if you do not, you can also read the report on the PICES website. I think that report is really some information. For example, for the status assessment. So as we know, PICES also provided this kind of status assessment report, but it's quite late. Okay, when we provide this kind of report is maybe 5 years ago, with the data 5 years ago or even more. So when we submit the report to the government, so what kind of action they can take? I think, okay, I know that. So the story ended. Okay. So what we need is in time, each year we need to provide this kind of information. And the information should be not a long report. And everybody is very busy. We need a very clear, very simple, very accurate information. And this kind of information should be actionable, should be, provide some transformative information. I think this can help us to improve the direction. If future can redirect, I'm sure, because we have a lot of outstanding scientists, I'm sure we could get very good achievements in the near future. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Sinjae Yu from Korea. I served as a science board chair some 10 years ago at the start of Future program. So the first question, the most significant contribution of Future is definitely it provided a systematic viewpoint of Future's, the PICES scientific activities in terms of social, environmental, ecological system. That's definitely the most significant contribution. Now, the second question, biggest barriers. Here, I have lots of things to talk about, but let me just start with what is an ISP, the Integrative Science Program. Interestingly, if you go to PICES website, on the programs, it just say ISP is one important activity of PICES. Other than that, it doesn't say much, just describe policies and future. So if we want to evaluate the performance of future or even policies, or the next ISP, we should first think about what is ISP? What is the role of an ISP? I guess we should at least develop a guideline in the future based on a consensus of the community. So we don't have any official guideline at the moment. So I will give you my personal interpretation. So integrative, meaning integrate, that ISP should integrate the organizational structure and scientific activities. That's what ISP should integrate. The marine science is a inherently multidisciplinary science. That means all these different disciplinary expert groups tends to drift away, pursuing their own interests So something is needed to, like a gravity or something like that, to pull this structure together. And that's why, I mean, ISP is a device to make this, the organizational structures, all different expert groups, in a unified structure. So the two things with future that we learned, two big lessons. So when I started as a science board chair, if you remember from this morning's presentation, in the beginning, so during the PICES program, the major criticism was PICES had its own structure, isolated from the other PICES communities. So when we plan the future, we try to make future within the existing structure. So we started with, instead of making separate supporting structure, the teams, we developed advisory panel. And also the science board chair was the chair of the future when it started. For some complicated reasons, it didn't work out very well. So how we keep this within the PICES structure, keeping the right distance, but at the same time to be a part of the whole organization is a difficult task, I guess. So from the beginning, forces, we were somewhere here, and with the future, the pendulum moved the other way, and we encountered another problem. So how to place ISP within the organizational structure is one question we have to solve. The second big question is already the other panelists mentioned. The science plan has some problems. So I must confess my sin, because I was part of writing team, because science plan had some inherent issues. Because we didn't get the first button rightly, the remaining issues were difficult to solve. Again, when we moved from forces to future, the consensus within the community was that forces scope was too narrow. So there was a huge demand to include this and that and this and that. And in the end, we have I would say, a classification system rather than a science program. So because I'm also involved in SCORE. SCORE has a global perspective. When I compare the scientific activities there, the science plan of future has inherent issues. I talked too much, so I'll stop here and I'll come back.
Never too much, never too much.
Hey,
Thank you,
for
Sinjay.
that. I'm Vladimir Radchenko, and I work in TINRO. It's a research institution on fisheries and oceanography, now a specific branch of NIRO, or Russian institution of that specifics. With several breaks, I worked in this institution for 35 years. I joined to PICES before it was actually officially established in 1991 during the PICES Zero workshop, which was gathered by Warren Booster in Seattle just to discuss the first draft plan for the new organization. And I also remember the 1995 when Makoto Kashiwai reported the first draft of PICES program, and Warren Booster stayed in the door to prevent people from leaving the room, since it was about 8 p.m. local time. Then, together with Hal Batchelder, we named CFAME. It's the previous draft name for this group was CFAR, but I suggested to Hal that we should do something famous with the future program, and CFAME was accepted. So about the first question, the most significant contributions of future, I will not repeat all my colleagues said to you. I just would like to add something. And of course, I am very happy to see how PICES started to work more thoroughly and more supportive with a young generation of scientists. Sometimes I hear that the PICES should be more practical. Practicability is another objective that the organization should have. But to grow the new generation of marine scientists, it may be one of the most significant tasks for international organization, and I'm very happy to see that this task is performed well. What are the biggest barriers in achieving future tasks and objectives? Of course, I can say that language barrier still is harsh, and I know that many very important studies is published in languages other than English and remained not accessible to English-speaking audience. And maybe we should think how we can overcome this problem with establishing the peer-reviewed PICES journal in the future. ICES has a very popular scientist journal. Why PICES still did not have it? We can grow from the PICES scientific report to establish something new. And if these journals will have the same friendly atmosphere to all our audience as PICES itself has. So I think it would be very popular to publish the prominent studies in such a journal. And how should PICES science be transformed? Actually, it will be transformed. It will transform itself, as we can see from today's presentation. It will just evolving. And of course, I would like to see that it will be more cooperation between groups, between scientists, and more mutual projects that will be performed. And another thing that it was rarely mentioned among the PICES achievement. In PICES time, we have one mutual marine cruise. It was in the frame of a working group of mesopelagic fish and micronecton, but it was just an opportunity for people from all countries to work on the same vessel. And when I worked for the North Pacific Anadromous Fish Commission, we performed the cycle of expedition in the frame of International Year of the Salmon. And it was also an opportunity for scientists of 5 countries working together. That solves a lot of problems. Quality control of data, of course, is the highest, since data were collected together. And exchange of by knowledge, by experience, of course, it's just on the fresh, on the field, on the board desk. So we should think how we can in the future organize such scientific training, especially we will have more ECOPs involved, how we can organize such international cruises, which will solve the most important scientific problems. So I think it's likely all what I would like to say, or not to, just to add to my colleagues' speeches.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Ryan Rikazeski, and I work here in Honolulu at the NOAA Pacific Islands Fisheries Science Center, which is about 10 miles to the west. I've been involved in PICES kind of on and off as a graduate student and as a faculty member and as a government scientist now for, I think, 18 years. And I'm a member of Future SSC and probably have been for 6 or 7 years. And I'm also a member of Working Group 53 on Sustainable Pelagic Forage Communities. And I am a member of AP CREAMS, the Advisory Panel on Circulation Research in East Asian Marginal Seas. Thinking about the most significant contribution of Future, I don't think that I have anything novel to say. So I'll just reiterate a few points, and that is that I think Future was very good at recognizing the need for cross-disciplinary information exchange. And I think it was, the earlier parts of PICES and the 4Cs program where there was recognition that there are these clear links between climate processes and fisheries or environmental state. And I think that Future has really tried to better understand, the U in Future, understand the mechanisms that link those physical or atmospheric changes to ecosystems and changes in fisheries. So that, I think Future was very good at recognizing that, and then perhaps not evident to everybody, but really try to foster those collaborations among the different working groups by looking at the landscape of working groups within the PICES community and bringing those different working groups together. That sometimes worked and sometimes didn't work because the products that you expect to come out of a working group might take longer time than you expect, or they might be different products than you might have guessed by reading the terms of reference in year 1. What comes out in year 3 or 4 or 5 might be different. And hence my question to Helen from Working Group 49 about, is this new strategy a better approach? And so I think that a strength of Future is being able to view the landscape and then think about how PICES might adapt to better address those questions. And then another reiteration is that recognition that there are a lot of old scientists involved in PICES, and that we need to foster early career scientists and scientists with a broader perspective about social impacts of the work they do, I think is a success. And I'll stop at question 1 for now. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Sona Ichiba, PICES Secretariat Deputy, and with a background of biological oceanography. So I think about number 1 first question, and I'm not probably best person to answer this question because I have not been involved in evolution of Future. So, what I was going to say is already, said by others. So my short and textbook answer is the contribution of the Future was and is to link and synergize the accomplishment and activity of whole PICES working, many PICES working group and expert group onto the SEEDS framework. And that enhances opportunity to multidisciplinary collaboration between those groups. Otherwise, those groups might have been working independently without not enough, the interaction. Then, even though their topic maybe largely overlapped or relevant. So the future have provided the best framework for the PICES community to work together for the same as a common purpose.
Thank you, Sune. Thanks. Those were really interesting and thought-provoking comments. Really appreciate that. I guess first, if any of you have any follow-up comments or questions for each of you, for the panelists, from what you heard each person say, you can, yeah, Shinichi.
I'm sorry, maybe audience want to say something, but
we will definitely
okay.
get to the audience.
Just I want to add is the contribution of the future is elevated the reputation of the PICES because we are ready to join to the UNOS by running the future. So it is a very good contribution of the future to PICES.
Thank you. Yes, keep that one there. So yeah, we really do want to hear from the broader PICES community. If anyone has questions, specific questions for the panelists based on what they said, or your own thoughts or comments around this subject, please raise your hand, and we have microphones out there. Yes, we have a question here. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Kitek Lee from South Korea. The reason why that all panel members mentioned about a contributions on a sort of broad aspect, but those who come to the PICES meeting on an irregular basis, it's very hard to understand what the major outcomes of the future science program. So this is my, I hope that future science SCC members to seriously consider organize a sort of symposium in the next year, probably most significant scientific contributions future has made. And then that will be a appeal to a broad audience. And also, I heard that this program is winding down. So, but it's going to be really, if you like to have a more input from the large audiences, that there will be a really good start. That's my maybe request, or maybe I hope that will happen.
Yeah, thank you. Does anybody want to comment from the panel on that? Ito-san.
I'm sorry, I say too much, but yeah. For the second question, I wanted to mention about it so that the important point and maybe a difficulty conducting the future is keeping the quality of the science. So we must show the PICES dream to audience, the young people coming, and if they are impressed by the scientist presentation, they will come again. So to keep the quality of the science is very important, and holding this kind of the workshop and symposium. So we must include the very high level science to show the audience, and also overarching the human dimensions, other things.
Yeah.
So to keep the balance is very important, I think.
Yes, thank you.
I think this is very good suggestion. So for example, in the following year, next year during the annual meeting, we should summarize what's the real contribution from PICES from the point of view of science. Okay, and one of the goal of the you may notice that for the future they have two goals. The first is summarize the scientific achievements or the progress, and the second is to identify the gaps. So I think if we could summarize the progress and what's the real contribution from the PICES to the scientific community, especially on the understanding of how the climate change affects the marine ecosystem in the North Pacific, I think that'd be wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other comments on that? Yeah, Ryan.
I'm thinking about the question and the plea to really identify some key scientific contributions of future. I think that kind of hints at perhaps one of the barriers of the future of meeting the future scientific objectives, in that those scientific objectives were broad and vague, as Sinjay alluded to. I think that the scientific questions that Hannah shared with us earlier, they are broad and vague and meant to be inclusive of the marine science community. And that makes it difficult to pin down what the specific contribution is. What Future has done is bring the disciplines together and allow discussions, and we can trace through the SEAS diagram how these different disciplines interact. And it tells a very kind of comprehensive story, but is there, can we identify one or two key scientific products? No, it's real. I think it's more, and we can identify many scientific products in case studies, but it's the process of doing the science that I think is the key outcome of Future. If we were to come up, and maybe we will come up with more specific and directed questions that are going to exclude some of the marine science community, if we focus on short-term forecasts, and this is the theme of the meeting is, the marine science for sustainability by 2030. If we are going to focus on the next 5 years, that is going to exclude some or much of the PICES community. But it could be something that if we all focus on that, we can come up with predictions of what's going to happen in the next 5 years. It's just going to be smaller in scope, but more specific. But maybe that is something that we want to do, to have a specific scientific outcome.
So I am a secretariat, so probably I can say something from the different point of view. So making the good high quality science and how to show it to the public people as a different things, two different things. If the future accomplishment, there are a lot, I learned a lot this morning, that if those accomplishments are not visible enough, for people, there may be what's the structure issue there. So we as secretariat, the facilitating science is our job. So probably there should be, the space for the improvement in organizational structure, how to make our science visible. At least, maybe more communication between the secretariat and the future SSC should have been needed.
Jennifer?
Following on that, with regards to what products came out of Future and how we reported on those, I think you can look at number of publications or symposiums as easy metrics, but I think as was alluded to, actually summarizing all the accomplishments of Future is kind of difficult. And I think maybe if we do have more specific questions in the future, it'll be easier. But I think some of the harder to pin down successes are things like when people come, individuals come to PICES meetings, they share their expertise with others, or maybe they gain skills or expertise from others, and then they take that knowledge back to their country or their institute, and they either actively or passively incorporate that into their own research. And I think that's really hard to count as a product, but I think it's a very real product from future program. Myself as an example, I was participating in Working Group 36, and Mary Hunsicker and Shan led that working group. They provided our code. We tried out new statistical skills that I had never tried. And then I went back and I, thought about it and applied it to my situation, and then, adapted it. And so I think those things aren't like, where do I report that as a success of future, as just one example? Or maybe it's not the best example, but, those, we are actively and passively incorporating the successes of future. And I think going forward, having a good metric or a better metric and communicating that better, like Sanai has just said, would be valuable.
Thank you. I guess one quick follow-up, and then we'll get to you, David, just a second. One quick follow-up is, Feng Li, you mentioned, PICES needs to be able to summarize all its achievements and on a more frequent basis. And I'm assuming you mean with not just us, the scientific community, but to people who don't go to PICES very often, or maybe government agencies or other stakeholders. And that's, in my mind, that's like one of the biggest barriers to doing actionable science, is having those opportunities and those venues where we can have that communication between scientists and people who may use the science. And I guess I'm wondering, either to you or to anyone on the panel, how you see, how do we do that? How do we actually disseminate our scientific knowledge to different communities? And then we'll get to you, Dave. And that's for anyone, if anyone who has a thought on that, it's fine. Ryan, do you have?
Sure, yeah. When I think about that, about disseminating the work we do to both within the scientific community and more broadly, I think about, holy cow, if now working groups are going to do that, then when are scientists going to have time to do the work that goes into the working groups? But I think that there are frameworks that we can set up where, like we saw today with the science communications workshops and how to write a compelling one-pager. I think that we need to kind of absorb those things so that when somebody says, please write this report, or can you please share your research with the broader community, I don't bristle at the fact and start trying to find time on my calendar. I can say, oh, I can do this because I've been to that workshop. I can write a compelling one-pager and be done with it in 2 hours instead of worrying about it for 2 weeks. So I think we need, I'm excited about those efforts within PICES to disseminate our information and develop frameworks that are easier for scientists to implement.
Yes, thank you. Very good point. So I know we have a question from our friend from ICES, Dave.
Not really a question. I sort of feel that thing that all scientists have of beating themselves up all the time because we're not doing it right. From what I can see, Future and PICES itself is a facilitating organization. It brings people together, gives them a task to do, and they take that forward in whatever way they think best. And then PICES also helps them put that out into the world. So that would seem to me the most significant contribution. I've long thought about my own organization, ICES, and it gets criticized in the same way, and we beat ourselves up in the same way. But what I've always felt is that if it didn't exist, you'd have to create it. And if you knock it over with complaints, you'll then have to rebuild it. How you could do what PICES does without an organization that does that, and that's why you have proliferating collaboration organizations, but yours is wider. One of the biggest barriers is lack of self-confidence. You've got the skills, you have the some great people. I've seen some superb science here, so amplify that, but perhaps don't hide it. You know, the one-pagers, the sexy videos are all cool. And how should science be transformed? I suspect, just like I see science, is more transdisciplinarity, and not necessarily more tightly focused. I think one of the things we're being pushed towards is more blue skies research. So if you get too applied, you lose that grip on the core science. And many of our member states are saying, do some more long-term research. So yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Dave. Any comments from the audience, or sorry, from the panel on Dave's comment? And then if you want, or we can go over to Makino-san. Yeah.
Thank you, Makino from the Human Dimension. And I strongly agree with Jennifer's comment. PICES, in my understanding, PICES is a kind of international infrastructure for ocean science in the North Pacific. So the many young researchers are observing us, the established researchers, struggling and making hard efforts to do the integrated science. You know, observing this, our attitude, or listening our discussions, and coming back to their own country, their own institute, then after several years, you know, they will make it come true. So, in my understanding, the most significant contribution will be observed maybe in the near future, done by the ECOP. That is my short comment.
Thank you, Makino-san. Any other comments from the panel on any of these questions? Bang Li, please.
I would like to echo, the two comments. One is the keyword I think is isolated. So we basically for PICES is an intergovernmental organization. So it's not only for science. For me, myself, I'm also a scientist. Okay, I very enjoy do my research and some publication, have some results. But I think it's not enough. We should provide some, simple, accurate information. This is a kind of actionable information for the government, for these member states. If we only do research, we are very enjoy our integrated science. Okay, it's multidisciplinary. I don't think it's enough. Okay, in that way, we were really isolated with a scientific community. Of course, science is our base, but we need, with our science, provide some solutions. Okay, provide some suggestions for member states. So this is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Wang Li. Jackie, coming around with the microphone.
You. I do think, Bang Li, that will then become one of the biggest barriers for PICES upcoming, because that verges on scientific advice. And we know throughout PICES history that different member nations to different levels want scientific advice from PICES, almost universally close to no specific scientific advice. So there has to be a fine line between what people are now calling actionable science and making sure that it is not directive to nations. So that's where I think PICES will need to overcome that barrier by engaging the agencies who will be taking that advice to make sure it's in the type of format that they can use or even want.
I did want to ask if any members of the panel had given thought to how to come down the middle of 4Cs and future in developing and writing a new science plan. Because there was the too narrow and actually 4Cs was dictated by Globeck. That was just the nature of it. And then there was the too broad and vague. So somewhere will be a happy medium. But what would be the process for that? Because in the writing of the future science plan, the community came together to talk about where to go, but there was a disconnect, I think, in the final product. And it's nobody's fault, Sanjay. Nobody's fault. But we all made that mistake together. So have you given thought on how, anybody on the panel, on how we might not make that mistake in the future? And I would suggest by not including things like resilience and vulnerability, because there's a reason we haven't done well with that. Like that type of terminology is so difficult. But thoughts on a process to transform us. Like how will we get there with a science plan that is simpler for us, but achievable?
Please. Fang Li and Sanjay, I think they're, yeah.
The external review report suggests to pursue actionable science. And so instead of describing how we approach them, I just I'll give you one example. I mean, there are now we foresee certain big problems, environmental problems. So the one example could be a marine heat wave. And it can start from climate scientists, physical oceanography, plankton, chemistry. All these are connected. So that's how we do integrative science. So if we pick up several imminent problems, and then if we can connect these with the structure, I mean the PICES organizational structure, and then if we add a major scientific products or deliverables, then it can be a good backbone of a scientific program. So one thing I think is missing is the major scientific products was not described in the science plan. Of course, we cannot prescribe all the scientific products or deliverables, but at least we must have several major scientific products in the science plan. Anyway, so I see at least I can imagine 3 or more big issues. We can start from there.
So I think this is a hard question. It's not easy to answer. For myself, I don't have an answer, but I would like to share some ideas. As you mentioned, the different countries, their interests, their forces is totally different. Okay, and we should focus on the common interest. In fact, for the external review report, you can see some keywords. For the role of PICES, they identified 2 areas for the for the common interest. The first is for the prediction. This may be for all the member states. So they want to know what will happen in the future, especially in the near future, in the North Pacific, and what should our response. The second is for the status. But this kind of status, I think, is marine ecosystem status assessment or report. So I think each country should be interested. So what's the status of the marine ecosystem in North Pacific? So this two kind of products should be interested by all member states. So this is in fact this report is not only, to my understanding, is not only from the external review committee. No, I think it's from so many people because for example, last year they have a lot of interviews discuss with different kind of peoples and get the idea. And then this committee have a lot of discussion and summarize. Finally, we have the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Fang.
Okay. I'd like to say that not only such groups within the nation countries should be pursued for some practical projects, but we should also remember that PICES gave a life to several very close projects that definitely could not be performed well without PICES. I can mention some oceanographic projects like SCREAMS, SNOWPAP. They based on the PICES experience, PICES scientists, and it was a big interchange and contribution of PICES to success of that project. The most recent example is the Becky project, which emerged within the NPAFC. But when the salmon scientists understood that the next step could be done only within the integrative science framework, it was just PICES who was invited to take and bring this Becky project to the future success. And I can mention another prospective projects which was successfully performed. One event organized by Bernard McGray and was performed together with European scientists, also was fulfilled with very useful publications. And we contributed to ICEA projects for Arctic region. So definitely you can see that PICES actually it's not genome-specific, it's a global organization. And we just supporting this, our big respectful scientists every day. So what we can pursue? We can look on projects which maybe need help and need our support now, maybe need advice from our side. And maybe it will not be bring us find some additional funds just for today, but it maybe will be a big investment for tomorrow. So what I think we should also think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, there's a question in the back. Yes.
Yeah, I'm Peng Lian from the Chinese Academy of Fishery Science. And I want to share some idea about the future science program. And the first thing is when it comes to marine management, both public and private centers has a responsibility and interest in managing effectively. And from the Western Pacific Ocean to the Eastern Pacific Ocean, we all have some dramatic interest scientific program individually by different countries. But we should bridge the gap between those programs, and we can share the information and establish a good management mechanism to communication efficiently. And secondly, we may need to plant the seed about the future science. So the ECOP is very important in this progress. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other hands out there? We have one question from the Hoover app. We've got a few minutes left here. So you mentioned, I think it was Feng Li, that, the F part of future, maybe we haven't done quite as well at as the U part of future. So maybe not as much progress on forecasting compared to understanding. And so the one question we have here are the methods for forecasting using AI and machine learning methods are advancing rapidly. Where do you see PICES playing a role in supporting machine learning in ecology and setting up best practices for an application or forecasting tool? And that's to any of the panelists.
Yeah, first.
Sure. Yeah.
I think it is a very interesting question. It's for the, as we know, the artificial intelligence is a very hot topic. It play very important role, and it can really improve our forecasting prediction ability. However, for the PICES, for the future, I think we should pay more attention on the physical process. We need to improve our physical understanding and then get a much better model results, and then plus the effect of AI. Then I think this should be more efficient, more powerful for the future prediction. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've got a few minutes left on the panel. Oh, did you want to comment on that one?
Sure, yeah,
Brian?
I'll just, my quick thought on the question about AI and machine learning. I feel like the, one of the strengths of the PICES community is in in that understanding of the mechanisms that link the atmosphere and oceanographic variability to marine ecosystems. And so when we think about AI and machine learning and the predictions those might offer, I feel like that is a very important component, and that the PICES community kind of has a responsibility or should take on the idea that when those, we should be making those forecasts with AI and machine learning, but then we should be cross-checking it with our own understanding of the mechanisms. And maybe those new methods will reveal mechanisms that weren't yet understood. But I sure don't want it to lead us astray when we, through our mechanistic understanding, have a better recognition that relationships change over time, especially with climate change. And so I think that we have an important role as scientists who do understand a little bit about the mechanisms driving those relationships, that we don't lose that grasp. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So did I see a hand? Erin. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And thanks for this discussion. This is fascinating. I've learned a lot today. I was intrigued by the comment related to defining what the integrated science program is. And it made me think, is there an interaction between the science plan and the strategic plan of PICES in any way? And if so, what? And or the process by which the strategic plan or the science plan are developed?
One of the panelists want to address that?
Could you, yeah, maybe. I'm not sure I understand your question, but your question is what is the difference in the strategic? It's closely related.
Yeah.
So of course, but again, I'm gonna ask a help out Sonia.
The short answer is yes, it should be. I actually don't know the exact mechanism that operated back when the last strategic plan was put together. That was 2016, so future was already established then. Some of you may know that the strategic plan is ready to be revised, and we're waiting for the outcome of the external review committee and the future directions discussions to start working on that next strategic plan. But yes, there should be a close synergy between the strategic plan and the science plan. they should be developed with each other in mind, but I don't actually know. And maybe there's somebody in the audience who's been here. I'm looking at a few people who've been here around for a long time who might remember how that process happened the last time.
Yeah. I'm relieved, Sonia said that we don't really know, but that's mean we can create the new model, how we have to think about how our PICES strategic plan connected to the next program more efficiently.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we probably should go ahead and wrap up the panel, and I'm going to ask Cisco Werner to come on up for some closing remarks for the symposium, and I definitely want to thank the panel, all the panelists again very much. Really appreciate it. You're welcome to stay, or either way. Yeah, you could go. Okay, that's fine. Get closer to the door. And yeah, it was a really great discussion, and we'll now have Cisco give us some closing thoughts.
Thanks, Steve, and everybody for the opportunity to offer some remarks at the end of today's session. So for those of you I have not had a chance to meet, I'm Cisco Werner. I'm the Chief Science Advisor for NOAA Fisheries, and I've been fortunate to be part of the PICES community for the past 30 years or so in various capacities, model task team, the Nemero Mafia, and now I'm a U.S. government delegate to the PICES Governing Council. And the remarks I'll make, I'll be my own comments as part of the PICES family that I consider myself part of, not necessarily wearing any official hat. And as for many others, PICES has been, as I noted, an integral part of 30 plus years of my scientific career. And I really do feel fortunate in being here with you and having the opportunity to perhaps offer some thoughts on today's session. First, I do want to just congratulate everyone in the session today. It was, the organizers, the presenters, the panelists, the audience, great questions and comments. And in the end, it was really a superb session. It's really not that easy to look back at 10 plus years of quite complex and wide-ranging work and synthesize it as you did today. Again, congratulations. It's very well done. By the way, my notes here today, I came with a blank slate and I was just feverishly writing things as I saw them and heard them. And so, it's one of those, if I only had one more hour, this would be a lot better, but maybe not. Okay. So what did I hear? I heard a great deal of progress being made by Future with significant science and steps toward advice. Okay, I want to make that clear, steps toward advice. I mean, we did a lot of science and we're taking steps toward advice. And these were accomplished, as mentioned, perhaps on the science side, Takamura-san very nicely, summarizes a bibliometric analysis of several hundreds of papers, abstract presentations, seminal work that really advanced our work. And he also broke it out very nicely. And I think something that's important is one is he said, well, there's a time for observation, there's a time for understanding, and there's a time for management. One could argue that perhaps this should be compressed at some point, but there was a step to do that. And I think he very nicely said that. Another thing I took out of today's, discussions was that Future also created a transdisciplinary framework, if you will, through SEAS, right? SEAS being the social, ecological, environmental systems that Makino-san spoke about so nicely this morning. And personally, I see SEAS as encapsulating what I see as a necessary way of thinking as we move toward an integrated and fully participatory loop of science to management to communities and then back to science again. I think this is something that we're going to have to do. This is something that we're facing in all our countries probably and in many aspects of natural resource management that I'll talk a little bit about later. So a way to look at future is that it laid a solid foundation for what that next integrated science program ISP should be. You know, when you say laying a foundation, you say, well, it's a first step, and it's a necessary first step. And I'll talk a little bit more about, you know, the difficulty that future had in being that first step under kind of the cards it was given in terms of when it was launched and it's in these last 10 years. And you know, you don't think about foundations as much, but you know, without the foundation, you don't have the 100-story building, you don't have the pretty things that you can look at afterwards. They're kind of buried, but without it, you know, this doesn't happen. So future is an essential component of where we're going to be heading next. I was also thinking in the conversations today and the presentations that the name future, forecasting and understanding trends, uncertainty, and responses in North Pacific ecosystems was the right name, but maybe it was applied too soon. And I say that because so many things have changed so rapidly during future's development, that what we want to forecast now is completely different from what we thought we needed to forecast 10 years ago. You know, so another way of saying it, I was trying to figure out how to say it, is that future, capital F-U-T-U-R-E, underestimated the future. And I think we all did. I think none of us saw what was coming, right? I don't think, and Mary Hunsaker had a nice presentation when she talked about thresholds, about extreme events, thresholds that can lead to collapses and such, like we've seen in several parts of the world. And while these terms existed, extreme events, well, extreme events didn't quite exist, you know, that much, but certainly we talked about thresholds and collapses. They weren't as real as they are now. I mean, there were textbook examples, but this is not now a textbook example. This is something that we have to manage for and think about consistently. So I wanted to say this, you know, to say that, you know, all the things that Future has accomplished. And I also wanted to touch upon the external committee's report that was mentioned several times. It was mentioned in the opening statements by Enrique. It was also brought up by some members of the panel. And I think that it's important to look at this external report. And before you go, I'm going to make it a homework assignment for you to read it and do something. So don't leave yet. And that's that. If you really should look at the comments, and there's several comments that are very good, very constructive, but they do invite pause in terms of what exactly the comments say. And I'm going to read them to you because they do invite pause. Okay, so the comments, and this is in the public domain, so this is out there that you can read it. And roughly it says something like this: although the main purpose of an integrated science program is to connect and integrate scientific activities of various groups and members across PICES, the past and ongoing ISPs, integrated scientific programs, operate with some degree of isolation from the PICES community. So it's like this is operating and it's not part of the PICES community. It's a comment about why we're not, or perhaps a better communication internally. The second one was the outputs and products from the ISPs do not meet the current needs of the contracting parties. Well, you know, then this invites have the contracting parties not been clear in terms of what's needed. So I think this is an invitation to then have a better dialogue between the two. This, you know, it's the old thing of, you know, we can't start pointing fingers at each other. We have to have that conversation. It then says, Future has not met expectations for promoting and facilitating interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary science across PICES and has become an activity mostly isolated from the larger PICES community. Well, you know, I'll think about that a little bit. And Future has produced few tangible products and little capacity or little capability. So when you read this, it kind of reminds you of reviewer number 3 in your paper. You know, it's like, for those of you know, you submit the paper and two reviewers say, hey, it's pretty good, minor changes, but otherwise good to go. And then there comes dreaded reviewer number 3. Okay, so what do you do with this thing? And you think about it, and then you realize, well, you know, it's maybe reviewer number 3 has a point in some ways. And what I think is that the reviewers, that external review is appropriate and constructive. And while directed at Future in this particular case, I think it applies more broadly to the general field of resource management, natural resource management, aquatic resource management, terrestrial resource management, et cetera. Particularly in the era in which we are right now, which is climate-driven non-stationarity, right? When so many components of our systems are changing simultaneously, and we are faced with states of the Earth system that we've never seen before, right? And this is the part I was saying that future kind of was dealt, the hand of being at a time when we have seen perhaps some of the most rapid changes in our Earth system that we have in a while. I mean, 2016, 17, 18, 13, 14, 15, the warm blobs all over the place, right? Collapses, biogeographic shifts, et cetera. That's what I was saying earlier about future, underestimating the future is something that we just somehow or another have hit all of these thresholds at the same time. And so as a result, of these missed, the sort of the challenges of existing at a time of such unprecedented change, perhaps has resulted in science and management having had a hard time aligning and perhaps giving the perceptions of actions or actionable science not working. And I think it's because this is really a tough time that we're in right now. So I see in some ways the External Review Committee's comments as a call for an increased sense of urgency for our science and management community to be in better step. That's clear. And I'll just point out that there aren't that many resource managers in the room right now. And this is something we really need to do. We're talking about science to management, but this is largely a science conversation. But I think one of the things that we need to do is have that representation for management more palpable in our meetings. So a way forward. Again, I'm going to go back to Takamura-san's review where he noted the evolution of PICES over 3 decades, from observations to understanding to management, and this has to remain. Right? I think those 3 steps remain. The oceans have changed significantly, and we need to continue to observe and understand. Okay, we know that the ocean that we all studied in graduate school is not the same ocean that's out there. Well, those of us who've been around for 30 years when books were in black and white, that ocean is not the same one that's now. And so we need to understand that the way that the oceans are changing, impacting our ecosystems, and the human communities that depend on them. So I'm going to get to the human communities in a sense. It's, that these changes are really occurring in an unprecedentedly rapid rate. And we need to be able to forecast, and the word forecast came up several times at multiple timescales. We need to be able to deliver forecasts on short timescales. Is a collapse going to happen, or is something going to shift? Am I going to have to make a decision about a jurisdictional boundary? As well as thinking about the long term. So it's a really hard problem, the one that we're going into. But we have to do it. I don't think we have a choice. It's not going to be something nice to have. It's something that we're going to need to have. We're going to have to work to develop that capability. But I think as hard as that step is of going, from science to management on those scales, I think the really hard part is that link to the human communities. And ultimately, it's the human communities, the ones that depend on that actionable advice that was talked about earlier. And I think, one thing that we need to do, and it was talked about earlier, is that communities need to be better integrated and participate in the process. And again, there were some examples offered this morning. And so I think managers and decision makers will need to proactively consider actions that will minimize the impacts of, say, climate change and human activities on living marine resources through participatory processes that ensure that affected stakeholders will be able to inform objectives, processes, and resulting actions, not just receive advice, but actually be part of that. And again, there were some examples of that. And I think that's going to be a necessary step that we're going to have to take. So I think we, perhaps if we're talking ourselves as a scientific community, we need to do so by preparing to have perhaps a more holistic view of what our communities need. It's not just one impact. There's many impacts that the communities are feeling. It's not just, say, the state of fisheries, but it's also cultural change and all of that things. And so, in other words, how do we work with the communities is multi-level, if you will. We need to better understand, the communities and that, we need better data, simple as that, and really be able to develop indicators that are relevant to describe social economic characteristics. And we need to encourage and increase the access of scientists and decision makers and so on to the communities so that we have that dialogue. Presently, I think there's quite a distance on there. So these are some things I see forward, some things that as we develop perhaps the next science program, what are the things that we build on future, to include that we didn't right now. And again, these are my own personal views in terms of what I listened to today. So I'm going to close with two closing remarks. One, as I told you, is a call to action. And if you have not had a chance to read the external review, it's front and center on the PICES.int webpage. There is a report. Please look at it, and right underneath it, there's a place where you can offer comments anonymously or however if you want to include your name. These will be very important in terms of how we go forward. We will have these meetings starting this weekend, ingesting all of this data, all of this information, and seeing how we move forward. The future ISP, the future lowercase future integrative science program depends on what everybody here says. And the last thing I wanted to say is that I wanted to thank everybody who's led and worked in future for all this time, for really laying a solid foundation for where we're going to go forward at a very difficult time, like I said, both in terms of science and how we incorporated all that. And I would like to ask everybody to please give all the future members a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. All right, thanks. Past the hour, isn't it? I'm happy to take questions, or we can go and talk about them in the hallway too. That'd be fine. Yeah.
I was going to say this during the panel, but I had no chance to tell. But the science for the society and the actionable science, the global demand. So the PICES have to address, from now. But at the same time, PICES is a good tradition that is a bottom-up process of forming the science. So, for example, the good idea from the community, PICES community, led to develop the new working group. Then the accomplishment of those working groups actually, directly and indirectly, contributed to the formation of the huge, for example, international setting of the international targets such as Paris Agreement and global biodiversity framework. So I think the challenge of the PICES in the next decade is how we can balance the science for society and science driven by those bottom-up knowledge production process. So I would like to have the PICES science have the feeling of sense of wonder. That is still very important things to form the PICES science community. I would like to know, how do you think about those parts?
So sorry, I just wanted to make sure I caught it. So the balance between science for society and
science for action. That is a rather top-down things.
Yeah,
but science for calling for the action for the policy or solution-based science. But at the same time, we would like to keep the good PICES tradition of bottom-up process of creating the knowledge. So how do you think about how we can have a good balance between these two?
Well, I think, thanks for the question. I think that's exactly what several presentations talked about today about that participatory nature in that decision-making or in the planning of how we go forward, right? I think that if we just have a top-down approach, and I hope I understood your question right in terms of what the actions should be, that may not ring, well with what actually the communities want. And this is in part what I was trying to say, that we need to understand, we need to work within the communities because it's ultimately them who are going to be deciding whether something moving forward is going to happen or not. And those decisions are not going to be made, will have to be made at that level. So this is something that, again, this morning, I think in Makino-san's presentation was that discussion about how do we do that? How do we do that through the science communication part that was brought up also in one of the afternoon presentations, as well as the part about talking here about how to increase the ability to communicate directly with the communities who are the ones who will ultimately receive or be the ones that are impacted by that actionable management advice and so on. So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question other than agreeing I'm not answering the question. So what is the answer to the question?
Oh, turn it on. Okay. The balance between actionable science, where PICES is headed towards, coupled to science of discovery, science for science sake. Yeah. So not always actionable science. What about just science for discovering
Well, that's the part I was saying. We need to continue to do what did I call it?
the understanding.
The understanding, the discovery and understanding, or whatever it was. I mean, that has to be part because we are dealing with a new system. So that has to happen. Otherwise, so the answer is that you need both, but you also kind of have to bring them a little bit closer together, is what I was trying to say. Sorry, I misunderstood the question.
You did answer the question.
All right, thank you.
I want to say why I'm now very interested in the interdisciplinary approach. That is because I'm pure scientist, but now the people in the world already built up the buildings on the land. The mass is excess of the natural mountain volume. Can you imagine? Already we use the earth too much. I love ocean. I love nature. So we must manage earth itself. I love earth. So then pure science must to us new world, as Cisco mentions. Now we already put the many stress to us. Then we understand how our activity connected to natural systems and manage the earth more friendly and more feasible. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
I think that last question about, actionable science and discovery science, I could just offer the solutions. It doesn't have to be the same people, right? I think it's a bit intimidating to think I'm going to come into PICES as an early career and I'm going to solve this huge problem in an actionable way. But what I can do my science, and there will be groups within PICES that put that together. So the key thing is it's not the same people. And I think it's just asking too much for all of us to be thinking, I'm going to go make these measurements, I'm going to figure this out, and I'm going to apply it.
Right.
But the power is that all of us can do it together. So there needs to be a bit more division of labor almost.
Yeah, and in some ways it's the, having sort of the research-driven or curiosity-driven, if you will, academic science that is necessary to anticipate some of the questions that mission agencies then would develop. So yeah, I agree that that having the two and a balance between the two. The Globek program was a nice example of that, right? I mean, it was brought up this morning where there was a real collaboration between the two to try to take, the basic question science to the applied management. It was hard. I'm not sure if we quite got there, but it was an attempt at doing it. Agreed. We need more of those programs, if anything, to work between the two sides.
Thanks, Cisco. I completely agree with you about the not having the policymakers in the room and the managers and I'm not sure that I think we're going to be condemned to clumsy integrative science if we don't have those people in the room.
Yeah.
Because there are too many questions to address. And I think that, this was like a key point that came out of the MC's symposium that just happened in June and in the EQUO symposium last year. But both of those meetings are like, where are the policymakers? So, I mean, I think that's something, and Jackie, your comment, on the divide, the idea that you scientists stay over there, that we have, and we're complying to that. And I think that that's something that I think the scientific community should. Well, no, sorry, I didn't mean to put, excuse me. Yeah, well, what you were describing is we've been told that, don't go there. And I think we have, there's this feeling in the scientific community that we, here we are as scientists and don't step over the line into the policy line, right?
No. That was me specifically looking back to the history of PICES and specific member nations not wanting that science.
Agreed. Sorry, Ms. Gertz. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but I think that we have to think very carefully about the impact. I mean, there are reasons why that happens. We have a place to play, not in that realm, but as you described as going in that direction. I think we really have to think about what that means, because I think that's going to have a huge impact on how the organization evolves and our capacity to really do integrative science that answers the questions that people want to answer.
Yeah, and in some ways that perhaps could come out through, the way that in our meetings we formulate our sessions, or seem to begin that dialogue, to begin that conversation, to say that we're looking for a balance between that conversation, or between at least the representatives in that conversation. So there could be some guidance that could be offered, to see if we can nurture that, the development of that dialogue, that necessary dialogue. Yeah.
Other questions, comments? Wander over there. This is a great discussion, by the way. We do have a reception to go to a little later, unfortunately, but we should continue this conversation all week.
Thanks. And yeah, thanks. This is great. And thanks, Cisco, for sharing your synthesis of the session. One comment you made that stood out to me, and I was curious to get more of your thoughts on it, was you mentioned the integrated science program, but you said integrated participatory science program. Yeah. And I was curious if that was an intentional change of the term ISP to include that participatory component.
Yes, I even paused, I think, before the word participatory, because we don't do that. I mean, we tend not to be participatory. We tend to be one directional, and I think it's important to have that feedback that we have in many of our figures. Right, all of our figures have some kind of a double Mobius strip or something like that suggests that we do that. But I think we need to be much more proactive at doing that. I think that. People are just more involved now in decision making. They're used to not just receiving input, that they actually want to say something, and whether it's because it's social media or whether it's because other things, but there is a little bit more of a conversation than there was before. I think there's a lot of questioning that happens. And I think, that can be challenging at first and perhaps a little bit more difficult than we've done before, but I think it'll be a necessary way forward. But yeah, no, it's a very, very intentional. The word participatory is quite intentional in there. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Don't be shy. You got one over here.
Thank you.
Yeah, following the participatory science, yeah, I think, as Alan pointed out, we don't have policymakers here.
Mhm.
We don't have any environmental NGOs or civil society.
One.
Yes, very small. Any educations, mass media? No. Yeah, we would like to invite them, and we would like to listen to their opinion and their, interests. Then it will change our mindset. And yeah, as I presented this morning, the code design is maybe one way of the participatory process.
Indeed, agreed. Thank you.
This is just an observation from the perspective of someone with very little PICES experience.
Okay.
But one thing that I've noticed in the working group on climate extremes is that there is always this tension between not wanting to overpromise and trying to get a sense for what people are already doing in their careers and using that to direct what we try to do as a working group, because that is how people are resourced. That's where their funding comes from. And one of the trends that I've noticed in my own workplace is that as we apply for grants, increasingly grants are requiring co-design and clear connections with stakeholders and resource managers. And I think that's something that is happening very broadly at this point. So there's already a tendency in the organizations and governments and philanthropic institutions to push research in this direction. And it inherently pushes the scientists to do those things. Many of those scientists are in PICES. So I think this is going to happen organically, that PICES scientists are getting closer to these stakeholders and resource managers because of the way that they're funded. So maybe we just now need an on-ramp for those individuals into PICES to be meaningfully involved.
Yeah. And it could be simple things. No, very good point. It could be simple things like nudging towards, a discussion, ensuring that there is equal representation, from the various groups. And it's not prescriptive. It's just saying this would enrich the conversation in a way that you said, like you're saying, it may be organically happening, but it also could be a little bit offering a little positive bias towards ensuring that catalysm actually does happen.
Yeah, and we
Agreed.
don't miss out on the opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good point.
Yeah, thank you. This conversation's been really interesting and inspiring, and I look forward to Friday's panel as well. So to the remark of, who's not in the room and trying to diversify the sectors that are represented, as well as like the, sides that are needed on, or the parts of that Mobius strip you were talking about. I think I agree, and I think a lot of us here agree that we'd like that representation, but I'd love your thoughts or others' thoughts on, I think we need to also, like if we say, hey, we'd like you to be here, then they're going to be like, okay, why? Like, what's in it for me? And so, ways to help us scientists better explain to others, like why they should engage, I think is something that hopefully we can continue to learn and grow. And if you have thoughts on maybe how to extend the invite effectively, we'd love to hear them.
In some ways, it's because otherwise we have incomplete information. Honestly, it's like I said, the challenges that communities face are not just, a direct climate impact or something like that. They're trying to balance their impacts on climate with other things, such as I said, cultural shifts or other shifts that are happening with their communities, where what we think is their entire problem is only just part of an issue that needs resolution. So I think until we have a more holistic view of what it is that social, community, et cetera, issues is, I think then we're continue to be a little bit too narrow, and we run the risk of missing some key components of what we need to, what the full conversation should be. So it's a two-way thing. It's again not it's completing the dialogue in a more holistic way, not us telling you why we need you, but actually hearing it both ways. So yeah, thanks.
Hi, this is another outsider's perspective. This is my first PICES meeting, and I just joined a working group. So I've been reading, you know, the external review and the website and stuff. So going back to like the policymakers, if actionable science by definition really, I think, means it has to get to the people making the actions, right? And then so for that to be effective, if that is what this organization wants to go, if that's the road that you want to go down, which it sounds like it's an open conversation, but if you want to go down the road, I think having direct conversations, meeting, workshops, et cetera, with the people who actually make the actions is absolutely necessary. You know, so recently I've been involved in MCDR activities, and having EPA members, having Fish and Wildlife, having the actual people making the regulations is eye-opening.
Yeah.
Because it is literally just two hands not talking to each other,
Right.
you know? And then so if you don't see that side of things, you won't be able to do effective, actionable science and recommendations or whatever you want to go down, right? And then so I think going back to you know, the previous comment, just inviting them to the annual meeting, I don't think is an effective approach either, right? It really has to be targeted, small groups, you know, and it's going to take a lot of effort, but that's what it takes to do that actionable science part really effectively. And then Jack, I wanted to respond to your comment too. Division of labor is good, but I think there has to be crosstalk because that's when the most exciting things happen, right? So if you do fundamental science, like we all write and this study will help us understand and predict the climate impacts of climate change. And it's almost like a throwaway line, right? But then if you think that's true, if you really want to make that help understand the climate in the future, you have to work with the people who are making this prediction, which are the Earth system modelers, at least in my field, right? And how they implement the fundamental understandings of what we observe directly in the ocean is again a very eye-opening experience. You know, so if you have to cross that aisle if you want, and it's actually fun, right? And that's when new science happens. That's when, yeah, and then so and both groups have a lot to learn from each other. So, anyways, just
thank you.
Excellent comment. Yeah, I think maybe we need a stakeholder advisory panel. That's something that came up at the workshop 5 that Aaron was running.
The boss says this might be the last question. Is that it?
Okay,
all right.
Last question.
Wow, the pressure. Okay. So I guess this is a bit of a summary comment, which is appropriate then. I have heard a lot touched on in terms of communication and collaboration really being the two things that it sounds like we all feel like we need, both with each other, with stakeholders, with managers, across the board. And I think from my perspective, those two things are so valuable and can also feel really overwhelming as an individual scientist. And so I would love to see PICES play a role in facilitating that and in providing support for that for all of us. Because jumping into it just as a scientist working on a specific problem, it can be challenging to know who to collaborate with, to find the full picture, to know the most effective communication strategy. And so workshops like the one that just happened on communication, I think are so valuable. And things like that, I think would be a really important future for PICES.
Thank you. No, well said. And I know I got to hand it over to you, but if I could just say, I mean, these are exactly the kind of comments that I think would be very valuable to be submitted, you know, for us to make sure that they're part of our dialogue and our deliberations going forward in terms of all the things that we need to do that were said here. So thanks so much for the comment. I appreciate it. Thanks. Okay, I'm out of here.
Thank you very much. Let's go. Great conversation. Let's keep this dialogue going all week. Sonia, I think you have some announcements.
Yeah, I love this conversation and I hate to have to bring it to an end, but please head over towards the reception rooms diagonally opposite on the other side of the corridor, or linger in between and chat more. But people are waiting to strike this room so we can get the poster boards in for tomorrow. So please enjoy your evening and thank you for great discussions. Keep them going.